This is the manager. No, that's still you. This isn't you, Chad. This isn't you. This is the manager.
That's something else. The snow.
structure level meant, nor was there anything in the system he could pursue for the information. As for his fire and water mana, it had originally been stuck at a total of 100 for each one, even after absorbing the mana from a few beasts that he had finally found after a week of exploring. Only after nearly a month later did he see an increase by 1 fire mana. After that, every couple of weeks or so, another point would be added to one or the other, but the progress was slow. He did notice that his core crystallization skill was slowly increasing, so he suspected that the two were connected somehow. He thought his unconverted, unusable mana total was quite high, though it made sense when he considered it. Whenever he absorbed the mana from a creature he had slain, the elements they usually released, at least in the forest, he wasn't sure about anywhere else, weren't fire or water. Instead, they were made up primarily of nature and earth, with a particularly nasty large spider infused with a little dark as well. He was able to absorb it just fine, but since he couldn't use that type of mana, it had to be converted first, with presumably his mana conversion skill. It was done automatically as far as he could tell, but it was very, very slow. Normally, he would see 5 or 6 of the unconverted mana tick away every day, switching over to whatever element had the least amount of mana available. He had seen it speed up a little over the last couple of months, though he thought it might be because of the increase in the skill itself. The third and last thing that he was actually able to do anything with was the mana-formed object creation skill, which was what he was planning on using to blend into the human collective he had been spying on. He had only used it a couple of times, since it was very mana-intensive, much more than just sustaining his health. He didn't dare use it too much while he was out in the forest, because anything he made was permanent. While he had seen his parents create and absorb objects within their dungeon with ease, the only thing he could seem to gather was the mana released from the beasts he had slain. Even the straight water mana from the pond he had seen on his first foray out from his home was just there. He couldn't extract it, or any other type of mana from anything else. From his perusal of the system guides provided to him, he knew that dungeon cores should be able to do it, but he thought it might be part of the dungeon creation aspect of his training, which he had no access to. Therefore, he had to make sure he got it right the first time. Chapter 8. He started slow, being cautious of his mana expenditure. If he used too much to create something, he could risk dying from hunger or the cold, or even an injury if his mana ran out. Although his available mana was constantly being filled by the conversion of his unconverted mana, it was barely enough to maintain his life. Only during the few times when he was injured and stopped to make a relatively warmer temporary shelter was he able to let his mana build back up significantly. Even now, he had some options of what he could do. Go farther south, wait until the season turned to warmer weather, even taking the risk of going into the place where the humans dwelt looking like he was. However, none of those options seemed likely to produce the result he was looking for. More than likely, he would face the same kind of issues down south, and walking into the middle of the strange humans appearing as he was might cause them to mistrust him, or more likely, want to kill him. So he had to do this, no matter what it cost him to do it. He had never made anything as big as clothing before, and certainly not in the quantity and bulk he needed it. The most practice he had was a successful attempt to create another knife, exactly like one of the knives he brought forth from his home. He had ended up snapping the blade off during the encounter with the level 6 dire wolf that had almost taken his arm off, and he knew he would fare better with 2 knives instead of just the remaining unbroken one. According to the system lesson plan on mana-formed object creation, he needed to intimately know what he was trying to create, and keep the thought of what you want to create at the forefront of your focus, concentrating on every single detail of it, and until you can almost reach out and touch it. Once you have that focus, locate a spot in your dungeon in which you would like to place the mana-formed object, and push your mana into the form, infusing it with your power and intention. With a sufficient application of mana, your object should appear where you designated as its location. If this process doesn't work, please consult the troubleshooting guide or ask your teachers/mentors/parents to demonstrate. The troubleshooting guide didn't help, as it only gave different exercises for him to try to achieve creation, and it assumed that he had near limitless mana by reabsorbing any failed objects he tried to make. Fortunately, his first attempt had gone splendidly. The new knife, exactly like the one he had carried around for years and knew down to the tiniest detail, materialized on the ground where he had envisioned it lying. When he had picked it up, it was an exact match to the one that had been broken, even down to the chips and scratches in it, but it was at least whole. Fred ended up having to make a couple other knives over time, as wear and tear broke one or the other, and he eventually learned how to make one with subtle changes. The most dramatic change he was able to enact was the elimination of the previous damage that it had sustained over the years. With his latest mana-formed knife, it appeared brand new, looking as if it hadn't ever been used. He was eager to see if he could do anything else to it, like make it sharper or longer, but he didn't have the mana to waste on experimentation. His one botched attempt at creating something, and which put him off from trying to create anything other than knives, was when he was trying to make a trap he had seen at home, one which he had bypassed or seen in action countless times over the years. It looked like a simple wire attached to opposite walls, and when it was triggered by something touching it, a large gout of flame shot out of each wall, burning whatever was unlucky enough to be standing there. However, he didn't know how it worked, despite seeing it triggered before. Since it was more complicated than the relatively simple knife he had made, and not knowing all of the moving parts inside the trap, all that emerged was an amorphous blob of wire and stone blocks. His fire mana level dropped precipitously toward empty as well, using more than 80 of the precious resource, and almost half of that in water mana. As opposed to the 12 mana he had spent on each of his knives he had created, the unsuccessful attempt at creating a trap cost 10 times as much, and all he wanted was a way to protect himself from the wild beasts in the forest while he slept. It was only after making his fourth knife that he realized that if he concentrated enough during the initial creation process, he was able to get an estimate on how much mana it was going to require to create each object. However, it only worked on things he had made before. Simple steel knife, 10. Simple flame trap with tripwire, 100. He assumed that because he was still inexperienced with using the creation system, his actual cost was more than the estimate. Also, it didn't specifically say what kind of mana it would use, though he had noticed that each knife used an equal amount of each, while the trap used twice as much fire as opposed to water. With more experimentation, he might learn more about it, but he didn't have that luxury. Besides, he had more important things on his mind, like making some clothes as a disguise. Fred envisioned what he saw the humans wearing and thought about his own clothes that his parents had made for him over the years. In addition, he remembered the dire wolf that he had repeatedly stabbed in the eye, thinking that its pelt would make a great addition to his ensemble. He had seen many of the people in the dwelling place wearing the furs of bears and even a smaller wolf over their already bulky clothes, insulating them from the biting cold. So, why not a dire wolf? The first thing he created was a new pair of pants, which looked like the ones he was wearing before all the damage done to it. He followed that up with another pair of socks, a shirt, and a coat, all of which he had possessed before and were relatively easy to recreate. He quickly dressed in them after stripping off his old clothes, which which tore them even further, noticing that they were a little oversized compared to his frame. Oh well, maybe I'm not too good at getting the size right. Either that or I've lost a lot of weight. Fred was also pleased to see that he had only ended up using a total of 10 mana for all of that, well below his conservative estimate of 30. I wonder if it has to do with the materials the final object contains. Regardless of the reason, it meant that even if he screwed something up, he might have enough to fix and create another one if he had to. Next up were some taller shoes, ones that would fit along his leg, ending right below the knee. He had seen the humans wearing them to keep out the cold while trudging through the deep snow, so he knew that he couldn't go in wearing a pair of his old shoes. He had no idea what they really looked like up close, so all he ended up doing was envisioning his previous shoes and extending the top so that it covered his leg up to his knees. When the new tall shoes materialized on the ground, they looked passable, hopefully. But at least they fit well. With most of that out of the way, he steeled himself and summoned up what he remembered from the fur and general shape of the direwolf he had slain, pairing it with what he saw the people nearby wearing. Thoughts of his parents drifted into his mind, his desire to find a way to utilize his new status as a dungeon core to either bring them back somehow or find a way to get revenge. It all relied on whether he was successful here, though, so he tried to push those thoughts out of his head. Once the dire wolf was firmly in his mind, he pushed mana into it, and then some more. He began to worry when instead of pushing the mana towards the vision, it instead started to grasp at the power and pull it from him. The mana was draining from him at an alarming rate, and he tried to stop it, panicking so much that he cut all connection with his mana-formed object creation skill, doing his best to think of nothing. The flow eased and eventually stopped, which prompted Fred to heave a great sigh of relief. Oh, that was close. I thought it was going to pull out everything. All of a sudden, he felt more mana spilling out of him, though it didn't feel the same. In fact, he was starting to feel really cold and weak, as if he hadn't eaten in days or years. He quickly pulled up his mana supply as the rush of power flowing away from him increased. Fire mana, 0 out of 112. Water mana, 0 out of 111. Unconverted, unusable mana, 824. What? How is this possible? He watched the accumulated unconverted mana total plummet rapidly, in correlation with what he felt like was his life power being sucked out of him. What do I do? How do I stop this? Nothing he tried had any effect on the loss of mana. It was reaching 300 by the time he felt his knees give out, his strength completely drained, barely feeling it as he fell forward. The last thing he saw before his vision gave out was the cold snow on the ground rushing up, inviting him in to give him a hug. Chapter 9. Fred gradually woke up, feeling the stifling heat from a fire nearby. Furbay must be turned up a bit more than usual. That's okay, though. I don't mind sleeping in a little bit today. He started to drift back to sleep when a loud pop curtailed any hope of rest. Everything hit him at once. The fight between his bodyguards, the death of his parents, and their dungeon's collapse. His fight through the woods to the south, his exploration of his new status, and finding the human dwellings in the middle of the forest. Finally, he remembered creating his new clothes, along with the big direwolf belt. He sat straight up quickly while opening his eyes at the same time, confused at where he was. It took a moment for him to focus on his surroundings, before he saw he was inside a large wooden box with a roof atop it, arched on top and sloping towards the sides. Smoke from a fire located on the side wall drifted mostly out from the box through some hidden tunnel, while a bit drifted up towards the top of the roof, trapped with nowhere halfway lying on. It was much better built than the one he had made for himself back home, with large, expertly cut wooden logs making up the majority of the frame. The pad underneath it was softer as well, filled with something unknown, but making it feel as if he was sitting on fluffy air. Some other wooden pieces of furniture were scattered around the room. Things he had no name for, but looked like they were practical. Along the walls, sharp metal implements longer than his knives were stacked up alongside long pieces of slightly curved wood that had a string wrapped around the top of it. He also saw a few gruesome beast heads displayed in what he assumed had some sort of significance, though he couldn't guess as to the reason. Everything else in the room was a complete unknown to him. Fred crawled off the side of the bed, expecting the ground to be right next to him. He wasn't prepared for the flooring to be a few feet below, and he fell off, smacking his head painfully against the hard wooden floor. His head made a loud, hollow sound as it hit the wood, and his vision went blurry for a few moments before it cleared up. What happened to me? He laid on the colder floor, trying to get his bearings again while he pulled up his status. Dungeon Core status, Fred Winklemossering. Core faction, unknown. Core age 1. Core structure level 1. Fire mana 2 out of 112. Water mana 3 out of 111. Unconverted, unusable mana 15. Skills, Master Mana Sight 100%. Novice Mana Communication 1%. Novice Mana Absorption 32%. Novice Mana Conversion 13%. Novice Mana Formed Object Creation 8%. Novice Core Crystallization 4%. Novice Mana Formed Object Creation 20%. Dungeon Information none. All my mana is gone. Now he knew why he passed out, though he was surprised that he had at least a little bit left over from the power-sucking object creation gone wrong. The fact that 5 mana had already been converted meant that he must have been out for almost a day before he woke up. He also saw that he had a new skill, though he wasn't sure what it meant or why it was different from the other mana-formed object creation, nor why it was missing a word. However, he put that aside until he could figure out where he was, as well as investigating how he got there. He stood up on shaky legs, the previous weakness he had felt still affecting him. That was okay, though, because he would rather be a little weak than have his mana try to fix everything wrong with him. The object creation process had literally sucked him dry, and it didn't even work. Instead of bemoaning the fact that he had very little mana left to him, he started to look for a way out of the large wooden box he was placed in. Before he could take more than an unsteady step, however, he heard something coming from a large hole in the wall he only now realized existed near the opposite corner of the room. Out from the hole walked what he assumed was a man, though he couldn't be sure, as he hadn't seen anything yet to compare the sexes, with long hair covering the bottom of his face. He had on the same bulky clothing he had seen on the other humans in the dwelling place, along with a large bear pelt complete with hollow head laid across his shoulders. He also had a fur-lined hat on his head that covered the sides of his face, exposing very little to the cold outside. The most interesting thing about him, however, was the fact that he had no mana inside his body. Fred had grown accustomed to seeing mana everywhere. There were even faint hints of it in every object in this strange wooden box. It had been in the beasts in the forest, the earth beneath his feet, in the snow that covered that earth, the air around him, and even the trees. Most of the time it was only a small amount, but it was there and visible to his mana sight. The only thing that he had seen not have any mana before this was himself, though he thought it was because he was looking at himself and figured it didn't work like that. It turned out he wasn't the only one. A gust of cold air accompanied the large human on his way into the large wooden room, along with a few flakes of snow, leaving Fred glad of the formerly stifling heat. The man was also covered head to toe in snow, which, considering he probably just came from outside, meant that the sun had gone away and a new storm had blown quickly in. Over one shoulder, the man had another of the long, curved wooden sticks Fred had seen on the wall, though this one had the string connecting either end. On his other shoulder, there was the corpse of a large, light brown deer, head hanging down the man's back while he held onto its hind legs in front. The man must not have seen him standing there, because he quickly racked the curved stick on the wall, followed by a bag full of feathery sticks, before he swung the deer carcass off his back and onto a large, flat ledge jutting out from the wall. Once that was done, he turned around toward Fred and jumped back when he caught sight of him. "Ah! Whoa, child! You almost killed me right then and there. What are you doing out of bed, young'un? I would have thought you would sleep for another couple of days at least." Fred was confused at how he almost killed the man. He hadn't even touched him. His confusion must have shown on his face, though it was taken the wrong way. "I'm sorry. Let me introduce myself," he said, as he started to take off snow-covered layers, placing them on a peg on the wall near the fire. "I'm Regnark, and welcome to my humble home here in North End. Contrary to what it sounded like before, I'm glad that you're up and around. You looked to be near death when I found you out in the forest a couple of days ago." "A couple of days? That can't be right. How long was I out?" He didn't get a chance to think about that anymore, however, as Regnark had finished hanging up most of his clothes, the melting snow dripping off onto the floor as the heat from the room did its work. Even without the bulky outerwear, the man was as big as a bear, though he was more graceful as he practically glided across the room and approached Fred, looking him over. "You're looking better, too. I thought for sure you'd have frostbite on your face and hands at least. I'm not sure how long you were out there without any serious cold weather gear, but even a couple of minutes can freeze the skin right off you during this season. But I haven't seen it this bad in, almost a decade, I'd say." Now that Fred could see the man without all of his gear, he saw that Regnark's hair was a very dark brown, almost black, though there were gray streaks running through it all. The weathered-looking face had lines around the eyes and mouth, which deepened with the big, full-teeth smile he was flashing. "You're lucky to be alive, in fact. I wasn't expecting you to make it, in all honesty. Even I would have difficulty surviving even an hour out there with the clothes I found you in. At least you had some boots on. Otherwise, I'm sure your toes would have fallen off," Regnark observed, before he seemed to remember something. "What am I doing? You're probably starving. Sit over at the table and I'll see if I can get you something to eat." He waved in the general direction of the other wooden furniture in the room. Fred, still a little disoriented about what was going on, didn't see any reason to refuse. Once he got closer, he realized that the flat piece of wood on top of the pedestal must be the table the man had been talking about. So he pulled out one of the two wooden things placed around the table so that he could climb out top. "I know the chairs aren't the most comfortable, as I made them myself, but they get the job done. Just plop one down on one and I'll get you something in a moment." The statement caught him right as he was raising his foot to climb, so he set it down quickly and sat down in the chair, his slow brain finally catching up as he figured out how everything was supposed to work. He had never had a need of a table or a chair back home, nor had his parents told him about them. The only reason he had a bed of some sort was because they had seen, or heard about, humans camping in the middle of a dungeon before. They probably didn't bring the heavy and bulky furniture with them into the trap and defender-filled dungeon, where the Corps could see them. Regnark kept talking and asking questions, while he fiddled with some things in another part of the room, though he didn't seem to want to wait for an answer. "Yes, it has been a cold one this year. Game's a little scarce. That's why you're lucky I had to go farther out to find some. That's the strangest thing. I literally tripped over you, which I thought was a corpse at first, on my way back. You were so covered in snow, if I hadn't found you when I did, I doubt we would have found your body until the spring thaw. Not that the snow ever completely goes away this far north. seems to stick around the nooks and crannies of the forest, even in the dead of summer. I brought your body back, thinking that I'd bury you when the ground thawed. But surprise, surprise, you're still warm. I didn't know if you were still alive or not. I thought I would at least give you a chance. I've seen those who've been stuck out in the cold so long that it was almost as if their mind froze along with the rest of their body. Anyway, what were you doing up there? And wearing nothing but a thin coat and pants? Not even a hat or nothing. Those are some strange-looking boots, I'll tell you that. You must be from far to the south, right? I hear they make some odd fashion choices. But each to their own, I say. I haven't seen you around here before, and I thought I knew everyone. Not many people come up to North End anymore. Too cold for most folks. So, what brings you up to my neck of the woods? You running from something? No. Don't tell me. I don't want to know. Your business is your business. I know how it goes. Most of us are running from something now and again, so I'll leave it to you. Unless your being here is going to cause problems for me? The constant stream of his monologue had been so rapid-fire and confusing that it took a moment for Fred to realize that Ragnar had stopped and was looking at him for an answer. No, I don't think so. He speaks! So I guess that head of yours isn't too far going to be able to talk. That's usually the first thing that goes. Hopefully, you'll be able to answer a few more questions, and then I can figure out what to do with you. Here, eat up. A square piece of wood that had some sort of hard, shiny coating on it was pushed in front of Fred, filled with a slab of what looked like burnt beast flesh and a small pile of something green and leafy. It was strange and odd, but for some reason it smelled fantastic. His stomach agreed with him by gurgling loudly. Sorry, I don't have any of your fancy forks like I've seen you southerners use. Your metal's precious, and we'd rather use it for something practical. Although, I guess I could make a wooden one, but there's no point. My hands are made for shoving all this food in. He put paid to his words and picked up the burnt flesh with his hands, tearing off a chunk of it with his teeth. Fred immediately did the same and tore off a smaller bit. The moment it hit his tongue, the taste of it almost made him choke. He had never tasted anything that delicious. Ever since he could remember, he had to make do with the tasteless yet filling manna-formed food orbs his parents made for him, which he was thankful for, but he didn't take any pleasure from eating them. After he had left his destroyed home behind, he never had to eat anything because the manna he had absorbed took care of sustaining his health. This, though, this he would enjoy eating, and he did. Faster than he thought possible, he had cleaned the wood plank of all the food on it and greedily looked for more. Even the green leafy stuff was tasty, though not as much as the burnt flesh. He looked up at Ragnar and saw him sitting there with his mouth open in surprise, staring at him in shock. Hey, I guess you were hungry. You want some more? The man finally asked. At Fred's nod, he pushed the rest of his barely touched meal over, still looking astonished at how quickly he had finished. I should probably eat a little slower, but this is way too good. By the way, I didn't catch your name. Fred froze with his hand halfway to his mouth with another large chunk of flesh, thinking the question over. I guess it couldn't hurt. Fred Winklemossering, but my friends call me Fred. Ragnar laughed, but Fred didn't know why. Well, Fred, tell me, do you have any family I can inform about your whereabouts? At the mention of family, Fred's mood darkened, and he worriedly reached up to the pouch tied around his neck, feeling it for the shards of cord he had kept safe all the way from the north. Phew, it's still there. As soon as he touched it, he knew something was wrong. Where there were supposed to be long, sharp shards of dungeon core crystal, it instead felt squishy, as if the bag had been filled with pond sand. Opening it up with shaking fingers, he looked inside and saw that the last hope he had that he might bring his parents back somehow was crushed, ground to dust like the small particles of blue and red his bag now held. As far as he had been told, core crystals were nearly indestructible. Although his parents had been destroyed, the shards they ended up as had been largely intact, as though something inside of them had exploded. But they hadn't been smashed to pieces like this. Whatever happened to me must have done this to them as well. He looked up at Ragnar, a firm look on his face and resolve in his heart. Not anymore. Chapter 10. Ragnar turned out to be a bit of an anomaly for a human. He kept to himself, rarely ventured to socialize with any of the others in North End, and was much stronger, faster, and more agile than Fred had initially assumed. He didn't talk about his past much, but Fred was okay with that, because he didn't want to share anything either. Either way, though, he got the impression that something tragic had happened to the large man in his former life, which only cemented their friendship even more. It was apparently hard to travel between towns during the winter, which meant that Fred was essentially stuck there. He didn't want to arouse suspicion by leaving when very few were capable of it. That was fine, though. He wasn't in a huge hurry, and besides, he had to take the opportunity to learn more about the human world. Ragnar thought he might have some sort of brain damage, as there were things that he asked Fred to do that Fred had no idea what the other man was talking about. Over the next 3 months, though, he learned the names of common, everyday items he had never seen before. How to prepare and cook food, including the delicious meat, sharpen his knives, build a makeshift bed out of wood scraps, light a fire, and a myriad of other simple tasks that he had never had to do before. He was beginning to like doing things for himself. Although he appreciated everything his parents did for him, they essentially handed him everything he needed, even when he got older. The little independence he enjoyed and pleaded for turned out to do nothing for the skills he would need to have to be a successful human. To be fair, though, they didn't really know what he needed, so he didn't blame them for using their love for him to make sure he got everything he wanted, and not just needed. What he took greatest pleasure in, however, was when they went out on hunts. The scarcity of the beasts nearby meant that they sometimes had to spend a couple of hours looking for any sign of one. He learned how to track game by following the trails they left. He understood the principle, but still wasn't too good at it. How to shoot a bow. He could hit a large tree at 50 paces, but any type of accuracy beyond that was beyond him. And even how to clean, gut, skin, dress the kills Ragnar made. He actually excelled at that, due to the experience he had using his knives. In addition, he was able to absorb the mana from beasts they killed. Although they wasn't completely accurate, since Fred was only able to hit a deer once in the leg with an arrow. With a few simple, innocent-sounding questions, he also learned that Ragnar couldn't see the released mana like he could, so he was free to soak it all up without worrying about sharing it with him. He thought that that might be the case, since he was at least in part a dungeon core, but it was nice to have a confirmation to that fact. Although learning everything was highly beneficial if he wanted to blend into the human society, that wasn't what he found the most enjoyable. It was the friendship and bond he felt with the large human. Being able to accomplish even the simplest tasks with the help from someone else was a new and awesome experience. His parents didn't have hands with which to help him, to teach him, and to demonstrate how to do things. Occasionally they had one of their dungeon defenders do something for him they couldn't do themselves, but most of the time he had to figure it out for himself. He began to think of the talkative man as a bit of a substitute father figure, though Ragnar could never eclipse the love between Fred and his real father. It was just different, that was all. As a bonus, as if the experience learning so much about the human world wasn't enough, the regular meals, along with being warmly clothed all the time, meant that his mana wasn't being used to keep him alive. Fire mana, 116 out of 116. Water mana, 115 out of 115. Unconverted, unusable mana, 3,128. He was full his fire and water mana, and his stockpile of unconverted mana grew larger whenever they went out to hunt. If I stay here for a couple of years, I can let my mana capacity increase gradually, while maybe also practicing using my creation skills. He was a little hesitant to do that, due to how that ended up last time, but figured if he did it under supervision, Ragnarok would be there in case something happened. When the weather warmed up a little and the snow began to melt, a merchant came up from the south, braving the nearly impassable roads to bring much-needed supplies to the small village. Fred learned that North End was indeed just a small village, and not the huge dwelling place he thought it first was. The thought of a larger town or city boggled his mind a little, and he couldn't picture it. The travel-worn merchant brought along with him some beasts of burden Ragnarok called horses, loaded down with bursting full bags of supplies. 3 other men accompanied him, and it was the first time Fred had ever seen anyone attired in something other than heavy coats and furs. These individuals were wearing a combination of leather and metal pieces over the vital parts of their bodies, and were equipped with an extensive combination of different weapons. Fred was currently waiting in line for the merchant alongside his new friend/companion/mentor, so he thought he would continue his education. Ragnarok, who are those men there? His new friend/companion/mentor glanced over to where he was pointing, grunting in what Fred now knew was disdain before saying, "Those are the merchant's guards, but charged with protecting the goods while they travel from place to place." That didn't make sense to Fred. What do they have to protect against? Well, although the risk of a wild beast attack is fairly low, even up here in the north, they're mainly there to discourage bandits from attacking. Whether they would do much good. Most bandit groups would make mincemeat out of those DAS dropouts. The only reason they probably made it here safe was because no one wants to be out in this weather if they have another alternative. DAS? What is that? Fred was about to ask his friend when he saw one of the other residents of North End bring over a huge stack, though not as big as their own, of furs, using them to barter for things that the merchant brought up from the south. Ragnarok had tried to explain the trade system to him, but now that he could see it in action, it made more sense. Here in the north, so far from civilization, or at least what Ragnarok called it, they didn't have easy access to things like spices, cloth, tools, weapons, or even basic metal implements. They had fur, and lots of it, so they had to trade it for those things they didn't have, where the merchant would bring the furs back down south and sell it down there for a profit, whereby he, she, or whatever would buy more supplies and bring them back up north. It seemed like a simple system to him, but until he saw it working, it had been beyond him. He hadn't really met any of the other North End men. Apparently, there were no women in the village, but they all looked very similar to Ragnarok, large, fur-covered, and hairy. What he did find out was that they weren't as friendly as his new companion. They were gruff in their dealings with each other, and doubly so with Fred. Ragnarok said it was because it took a certain type of person to live so far up north. Fred briefly wondered what he would think about Fred coming from even farther north. Loners and outcasts usually, who didn't play nice with others. If that wasn't enough to display their attitude, they also kept calling him a little girl because he didn't have any facial hair, like any at all. He had a head full of straight dark brown hair on the top of his head, which, according to his memories, had grown until he was about 4 years old and had stopped. It grew down to his shoulders, but it was almost as if it had decided that it didn't want to grow any longer than that. He remembered scorching off a portion of it back home in a hot fight with a small lava salamander, and when it grew back, it stopped at the previous length. Their demeanor toward him meant that he didn't seek to befriend them. It also showed itself when the man currently doing some bartering with the merchant roared out, "You're a greedy bastard! Just 6 months ago, the same amount of furs would have gotten me furs would have gotten me 10 times what you're offering me. Big, meaty hands reached out for the blank-faced merchant, who was dressed warmly, if plainly, though without the furs, but were stopped when the 3 guards pulled their swords from their sides faster than Fred thought possible. With 3 sharp, pointed pieces of metal surrounding his neck, the man lowered his hands and froze, eyes bulging out of his head as he tried to stare down at them. Thrax, that's enough. This gentleman was just expressing his frustrations about supply and demand, which I completely understand. With the coming spring and summer down south, the demand for your furs has dropped off precipitously, along with the mild winter. The supply of furs of all types is a bit heavy still. In opposition to that, the supply of my goods here are finite and in high demand. Added to the extreme hardships I encountered on my travels through the waning winter season, I think the price is more than reasonable for you fine folks here. That was a lot for Fred to take in, but it did explain a lot. The guards lowered their weapons from the North End man's neck, though they did keep them at the ready should he turn out to be unreasonable. However, having been sufficiently put in his place and realizing that there was nothing he could do, the man only grumbled as he received in return a few small packages for his own trade goods. After that, there wasn't anything more than disappointed looks and dissatisfied rumblings from the rest. When it came time for their own transaction, he could tell that Regnard received much less than he was expecting as well. However, they were able to get the supplies they needed with their furs, even if they couldn't get what his friend wanted. A few new skinning knives and odds and ends. Regnard ended up having to break out some of what he called his reserve fund. A small pouch filled with discs of different sizes and metals. If it keeps up like this, the people of North End will suffer in the future. We can survive without the different things that merchants bring here, but things break and wear out over time. It's not a glamorous life, but it's comfortable. If we can't afford to pay for the small luxuries every once in a while, it won't be even that, he told Fred, once they had gone back to their house and put their purchases away. What are those little discs you gave the merchant? You don't even remember money. Boy, you've really got to go see a healer down south sometime to see if they can fix your memory. Ragnar shook his head in astonishment before bringing out the pouch again. See here, this is a copper piece, the most common and therefore worth the least, he said, while showing Fred a flat circular wafer that was a tarnished light brown color. At some point, it must have had some sort of picture of a head on it, though it was so warm that only the barest hint of it remained. Next, he brought out a silver piece, slightly larger than the copper piece and with less wear, showing even more of the still detailless head. It's worth 100 of the copper pieces, so it's much more valuable. From what Fred could see, Ragnar had about a dozen of the silver pieces, which he thought was impressive. The extra supplies they had paid for with the metal pieces only cost a little over a single silver piece. However, he was even further impressed when Ragnar brought out a single shiny, barely worn gold piece. This is all I have left from before I came here. It's worth 100 silver pieces. It sounds like a lot, but even this won't help if we get too many years like this last one. And I'm the lucky one here, because most of the others in North End probably don't have more than a couple of silver to their names. He saw Ragnar quickly put the gold piece back in his pouch, as if having it out in the air might endanger it. I wonder if I can create more of these. Although he didn't really care for the others in North End, he didn't want his friend to suffer. He knew he would have to leave eventually to get on with his quest to find out who killed his parents and why they did it. If I left him with a bag full of gold coins, however, I think he'd probably be all right. He remembered seeing something in his Dungeon Core system guide that referred to something called rewards, which he had glossed over before since it dealt with the loot that dungeons placed around to entice humans to visit. These metal pieces were in there somewhere, but he didn't know what they were or what they looked like, so he had ignored it previously. He hadn't pulled up the learning plans and courses since before he arrived in North End, because he both didn't have time or the need. Since he was learning about the human world, he didn't think it had anything to contribute. He had pulled up his dungeon core status many times, but that was it. When he tried to open the menus now, to look at the rewards section again, it wouldn't work. It was just gone. Chapter 11. A month later, Fred hiked along the road to the south. Though calling it a road wasn't quite what he'd been told they were normally like. It was more like a slightly larger than normal game trail. If he didn't have to follow it to find the next closest village, he would have felt better just traveling through the forest. He was much more comfortable with that. However, as he didn't know exactly where he was going other than south, he felt it was better to stick to the known path. It had grown warm enough that he felt comfortable making the journey without the fur around his body, though it was still cool enough to need his coat. Theoretically, he didn't need any of it, but he didn't want to use any of his mana up when he didn't need to, especially since he had used a sizable chunk of it just before he left. Dungeon Core status: Fred Winklemossering. Core faction: unknown. Core age: 1. Core structure level: 1. Fire mana: 32 out of 118. Water mana: 31 out of 117. Unconverted, unusable mana: 4,119. Skills: Master of Mana Sight 100%. Novice Mana Communication 1%. Novice Mana Absorption 61%. Novice Mana Conversion 19%. Novice Mana Formed Object Creation 22%. Novice Core Crystallization 14%. Novice Mana Formed Object Creation 20%. Dungeon information: none. He had been frantic when he found out that his whole system guide had disappeared, and it had taken a better part of a day to calm down enough to really investigate what had happened. Fortunately, Regnard just thought Fred was demonstrating one of his weird quirks, so the hysterical and desperate look he was sure he was exhibiting passed by with barely a note, especially when he learned that his skills were all still working. The only thing he hadn't done since he woke up in Regnard's home was to attempt to create another mana-formed object. He hadn't done so out of fear, but now he needed to do it to fight back the concern that he had lost everything. He wasn't so foolish as to try to make another fur like the one that caused everything to go sideways. Instead, he made the only thing he had been repeatedly successful at: his knife. He did it while Regnard was asleep that night, knowing that if something went completely wrong, he'd at least have help nearby. And if it killed him, then that's just the way it was supposed to go. He couldn't live life being too scared to find out if it would work or not. Fortunately, he was successful. The process went as flawlessly as it had before, perhaps even smoother, because his mana wasn't being strained to help keep him alive at the same time. With that success, he decided to go ahead and try to make a gold piece, and was met with a very unsuccessful result. The vaguely circular hunk of light yellow metal that he held in his hand after his first attempt didn't appear to resemble a gold piece in any way, shape, or form. He not only thought that it wouldn't pass for the real thing, he figured it couldn't even be considered valuable. It didn't look to have the same weight to it as the real one. It had a dull sheen to its appearance, and the head and face that had been detailed on it was a formless blob. What am I doing wrong? Everything he had created successfully before had been made with only slight variations to their look, even the strange-looking boots he had cobbled together, which Regnard had conveniently misplaced, making him a better pair as a replacement. Then he remembered from the system guide that the way to successfully create something was to really know what he was making. He mistakenly thought he just needed to see an object to get an idea of what he wanted to create, and it would be done. The ones that hadn't worked so well, for instance the trap and the dire wolf pelt, were things that he had seen before, but didn't know exactly exactly how they worked or how they felt in his hands. Although he had seen the gold piece, it was only a brief look and he hadn't really gotten a good feel for it. I wonder if I need to actually handle it to know it. He experimented that night with a couple of things on Regnark's walls that he had never touched or handled before. A purely decorative wooden figure that the burly human had carved with his own knife. A short sword that was about 3 times as long as Fred's knife, and a couple other random things that he hadn't ever had the need or inclination to touch before. He first tried to make the wooden figure that he had seen every day without touching it, which ended up a shapeless hunk of wood. A failure, though it was unmistakably wood. Since I've handled wood before, does that mean I can replicate the material, just not the exact shape I want? He was going to try some of that later, but he wanted to continue his experiment. Taking down the figure of a small, realistic-looking bear, he held it in his hands. He ran his fingers over every inch of it, feeling the grain of the wood, and noticing a small chip that had been knocked off of one of its paws, leaving it with only one toe on its left hind leg. A few minutes later, he put it back on the wall shelf and stepped back. He visualized it in his head and pictured not only how it looked, but how it felt and even smelled. When he thought he had it in his mind, he pushed his mana into it, holding his hands out to appear. When it materialized whole and complete inside his cupped hands, he almost yelled out with joy. He restrained himself, however, since he didn't want to wake Regnark up. Both attempts had only taken 2 mana each, and since he was essentially full of mana, other than the 12 he had used on making another knife, he decided to attempt something else with the bear figure. Instead of making a whole new one, he took his copy and visualized what it would look like if the chip hadn't been on the hind leg. He had been able to fix the damage on his knives over time by visualizing it gone. But he had made an entirely new one, not altering what was already present. With the visual based upon what the other toes looked like in his head, he poured some mana into it and was surprised that it shut off almost as soon as it began. Before he could even wonder if something had gone wrong, his figurine had gained some extra toes, right where the damaged section had been. When he looked at his mana, it hadn't even used a single point. He tried the same with everything else he picked up that night, including the short sword, which took nearly 30 mana to initially create, though the wear and tear he repaired on it took a whopping 1 point to fix. So, repairing things takes much less mana to fix, but it's not free. Over the next month, Fred practiced using his skill to repair everything he could see inside and outside of Regnark's house. Not only was it all good practice, but it made him touch everything, which he then knew he could recreate at any time he wanted. The only thing he wasn't able to touch was the pouch containing all of the copper, silver, and gold pieces. Regnark always kept it around his neck, even when he was asleep and during his weekly washings. Fred might be new to human society, but even he knew that asking to see something that was obviously so valuable to the man was probably not the best idea. So he waited. He finally got the chance to see some of the copper coins weeks later, though it wasn't exactly the way he was hoping for. After arriving back at Regnark's house after a day of hunting, Fred was helping to prepare dinner when he saw that their salt was running low. Thinking about the merchant who had promised to be back in a few days, hence with more supplies, he remembered the guards who had protected him, and about Regnark's disdain and comments about them. Regnark, do you remember those merchant guards that were up here about a month ago? The big man was cleaning up the rest of their gear they had deposited on the floor after getting back with a big butt, which took most of their strength to carry. Well, at least most of Fred's strength. Regnark never looked to get tired, even if he were to carry it himself. Yes, what about them? I remember you said something about them being dropouts or something like that. What does that mean? There were a few times when Fred was asking questions that it was obvious the burly man didn't want to talk about something. He usually paused for a few seconds before answering, and when he finally did, his tone It came across so clear that every time Fred heard the tone, he knew better than to dig deeper. Unfortunately, after hearing the answer, this was not one of those times. After waiting a few seconds, as if he was trying to figure out what to say, Regnard reluctantly said, "I'm sure if you ever head south, you'll probably learn all about the TAS, so I might as well tell you now." He then took on a lecturing tone, one that Fred remembered hearing from his parents so many times when they were trying to teach him something that was important for him to learn. The Dungeon Adventure Syndicate, otherwise known as the DAS, is an organization that recruits, trains, and encourages its members to delve into any of the, reportedly, millions of dungeons, looking for precious loot. When they then bring that loot or treasure back, the DAS takes a sizable cut of the total treasure found inside whatever dungeon they had looted, thereby lining their pockets as a result of the blood, sweat, and tears the adventurers shed to get the hard-earned riches. This sounds exactly what I need. I bet I could find some of these DAS people to help me get into a dungeon so I can find out who killed my parents. Fred's excitement was a little too obvious when he asked for more information about the organization. "No!" Regnard roared out. "I've told you enough. That's all I'll say about them." Fred couldn't let it go, though, as it was the first lead that he had on obtaining allies to further his objective. Therefore, his brain ignored Regnard's tone and warning signs about venturing too far in his questioning. "How is it I can go about joining this dungeon and I will not be party to another young man going to their death, looking for a way to get rich quickly? In fact, I want you out of here tomorrow if this is your goal. You can stay the night, but in the morning you're gone. I'll pack a bag of food for you that should last a couple of days, and I'll even give you a couple of my precious copper pieces. I don't want you telling everyone I left you on the side of the road without anything to your name." He threw on his coat again and slammed the door on the way out, ignoring Fred's apologies and pleas for him to stay. Regnard didn't come back that night, at least not while Fred was awake, but there was a bag sitting in the middle of the table in the morning. This was not what I intended. I need to watch my mouth in the future. There were any number of places the burly man was probably located, and Fred thought he might be able to track him down if he really tried. He felt really bad about the damage he had caused to their friendship, especially since he didn't have a single other friend in the entire world. However, he wasn't experienced enough with social interactions to know how to fix it. There should be a skill on my status that says extreme novice in relationships. Fred opened up the bag, noticing that the food inside it was carefully wrapped to preserve its freshness, and most of the meat was salted, which helped to preserve it even further. He looked in the small kitchen space, noticing that the small glass jar that held the salt was now completely empty. He used the last of it, for me. At the bottom of the bag was a small pouch, looking very similar to the one around Regnard's neck, including a neck strap. He quickly slipped it around his own neck, feeling a surprisingly hefty weight to it. Opening it up, he saw 10 copper pieces and 1 precious silver one. He picked out the silver coin, holding it in his hand and running it through his fingers. Throwing the bag strap around his shoulder, he walked out the door, looking back one final time at the house where he learned so much, and realized he still had a lot to learn. The table now held a large gleaming pile of silver coins, containing almost 500 pieces, which covered the majority of the surface. Exhausted from the mana expenditure, he softly closed the door to the wooden house, and closed the door to that portion of his life. Chapter 12. 2 hours into his journey south, Fred felt a strange sensation tugging at him. Although it didn't feel like it was pulling him towards something. It was more like it was someone or something was poking at his chest. The impression he got wasn't insistent, like he needed to go wherever it was indicating, but it was slightly familiar. It was off to the southeast, off the road he was following. wasn't sure what it was at first, but as he continued to travel southward and got closer to whatever it was, he suddenly knew. It was a dungeon core. It was the same thing he felt when he had originally traveled outside his home. The feeling back then was a lot subtler, though that might be because of his familiarity with his parents' dungeon cores. The sensation he felt back then was more natural, as if it belonged there. This new one, however, felt very unnatural and stuck out like a sore thumb. He wasn't sure why that was, but he wanted to find out, and maybe even acquire some information in the meantime. He left the road, angling his path for what he was sure was a dungeon and dungeon core. The trees this far south were shorter and weren't grown so close together, so it was easy to navigate his way through the slowly melting snowdrifts and made increasingly good time. As he got closer, he ran faster, wanting to dive right into the dungeon and demand answers. Reason and rational thought left him as he neared the dungeon, replaced with revenge and retribution. In the distance, through the trees, he spotted an unnatural formation of rocks. It was unnatural, at least, for the fact that it was in the middle of the so far rockless forest. It didn't look exactly like his parents' dungeon, but it was similar enough with a small opening in the front that he recognized it for what it was. Fred's feet pounded over the ground, rushing full speed without a care or a plan toward the entrance. He was 50 feet away when a large gray blur shot out in front of him, stopping right in his path. At the last moment, he realized that it was a massive dire wolf, at least twice the size of the one that he had barely killed to the north. Entity unknown. Level unknown. That was all he got a glimpse of before he ran straight into it, a humongous paw batting him into a nearby tree. His head hit the tree at an angle, and he heard a few distant pops and hollow cracks before his vision went dark. Fred woke up slowly, confusion marring any of his attempts to figure out where he was. Am I back at Ragnar's place? He felt the cold seeping into his back and legs through his clothes. On second thought, I doubt it would be this cold. He opened his eyes and noticed that it was dark, the night sky full of little points of light just barely visible. He could see just fine, of course, because of his enhanced dark vision, but the confusion only deepened. He sat up gingerly, memories of the last few moments before unconsciousness filtering through his mind finally. Where he was expecting to feel some pain in perhaps his neck or head, there was instead nothing. A quick look at his mana totals showed that they hadn't increased at all, which meant that anything converted had been automatically used to do something else. I'm going to guess healing me. How long was I out? He looked around, expecting to see the entrance of the dungeon he had been heading for nearby, but he saw nothing of the sort. Just more trees. The worst part, at least apart from being swatted aside by a giant dire wolf like a cat playing with a mouse, was that he couldn't feel the dungeon core anywhere near him. His bag was fortunately right next to him, placed with what looked like care. The opening was neatly closed and facing upwards so that nothing would come out. Fred went to grab it when he saw something in his peripheral vision. Walking out from behind a tree, the dire wolf he had seen so briefly before he was casually brushed aside strode forward, strength and deadliness echoing through every inch of its 15-foot height. Another 30 feet from nose to tail, the massive wolf looked like he could swallow him up in his jaws, but only provided a brief snack. Where did it come from, and why did it bring me here? Thoughts of being brought back to its den as some sort of meal for its giant children ran through Fred's head, causing him to quickly look around for anything else coming for him. Not seeing anything, he turned his head back toward the advancing wolf, coming face to face with it. How did it move that fast? Even he knew that was a stupid question, considering it didn't really matter at that point. What did matter was how he was going to get out of the situation. I'm not going down without a fight, at least. Since the dire wolf, which still displayed all question marks on its name and level, wasn't attacking right away, he slowly, and with a steadier hand than he thought he'd have, considering the situation, moved his hand down to his belt, sliding his knife out little by little. It was halfway out of the sheath when he paused, a curious sight finally registering to his mind. Whereas most wild beasts he had seen, including the prior dire wolf that almost killed him, sometimes had two or more mana types inside of them, it was usually 98% of one element and only a smattering of others. Dungeon defenders, of course, were all one element. It was only the wild creatures that sometimes had two or more, and were usually earth and nature-based mana. This dire wolf, however, was different. It had two equal elements comprising its makeup: fire and water. Very good, Fred Winklemossering. It's about time you used your head. Your parents taught you better than that. He sat there, frozen in shock, as he heard an obviously female voice inside his head. He was pretty sure there was nobody else around, including any dungeon cores, which didn't make any sense, because he could have sworn that he just heard the voice the same way he used to hear his parents speaking between themselves. He looked the dire wolf straight into its eyes, which was hard because its head was so big and the eyes so far apart. Did you just talk to me? Yes, Fred Winklemossering, I did. I've been trying to contact you for months, but I haven't been able to get close enough to initiate contact. You just happened to leave when I wasn't expecting it. Otherwise, I would have met you outside of that village. What? Who are you? And when did a dire wolf learn how to communicate? I thought that was obvious. I'm the organically converted NDCIP you created 4 months ago. Well, hold on there. Back up for a moment. What are you talking about? Fred was thoroughly confused, which was only somehow mirrored in the face of the dire wolf, who tilted her head to the side. You don't remember creating me as an exact duplicate of the dire wolf you killed 5 months, 4 days, 3 hours, and 16 minutes before? And then directing your newborn dungeon core initialization program to inhabit my new form, using the shards from your parents' dungeon cores to power the transfer? I do have to apologize for not materializing right away, but it took nearly a week to convert the system into organic form, as it had never been done before and there was no protocol for it. Fred felt like passing out again. This was too much for him. He barely understood a word she was saying, but he got the gist of it. So wait, you're saying I created you? How did I do that? Especially since I don't even remember doing it. The exact details of how you accomplished it is unknown even to me, though I can't hazard to guess that you were thinking too many things at the time of creation, leading to this result. I'm sorry if you are unhappy with my presence. If you like, I will deactivate this body and you can reabsorb the mana inside of me at your leisure. Wait, what are you talking about? Are you saying you'd kill yourself if I wanted you to? That doesn't make any sense. I was originally created by your wish for help to understand the system, and for you to somehow bring back your parents. Unfortunately, since they had destroyed themselves in the process of eliminating the remaining dungeon defenders that had invaded, their resurrection was not possible. However, by incorporating both of their crystalline shards you had in your possession, some of their consciousness was transferred to this form. He hoped that meant what he thought it meant. Does that mean I can talk to my parents? Not exactly. Their presence in my systems is more like an echo or shadow of their former selves. It's as if they are present and can experience everything this body does, but they cannot take control. Perhaps if you upgrade this form, they may be able to do more. He latched onto that last part. So you're saying there's a chance to talk to them again? Theoretically, though I don't want you to consider it an option at the moment. I'm not currently powerful enough to handle that kind of consciousness conversion without destroying both myself and any part of them that might be left inside of me. I'll take that as a yes. With what you can do you know who killed my parents and why they did it? Maybe it won't be so hard to find out after all. I'm sorry, it doesn't work like that. There are brief flashes of memory that I can't access, but they mean nothing without references. Perhaps something you find in the future may help with adding appropriate context. And I'll take that as a no, at least not yet. Now that he knew he wasn't going to have his head bitten off, Fred relaxed a little and stood up, grabbing his bag at the same time. Okay, say I buy all of this. What am I supposed to call you? I don't really have a name, though I suppose you could call me NDCIP, since that is essentially what I am. That's a little bit of a mouthful, just like my full name. How about you call me Fred and I'll call you DC? How does that sound? DC. I think I like it. Thank you for bestowing a name upon me, Fred. You're very welcome, DC. Now, before we go on our way, I need to ask you one more tiny question. Absolutely, Fred. I'm here to help you by providing any knowledge you may require, as well as do what I can to protect you from danger. Fred smiled at the thought of another bodyguard following him around. I thought I'd never feel nostalgic for Furbay and Frozzles, but here I am. He tried to keep the smile on his face when he asked the next question. So, if you're here to protect me, why in the world did you try to kill me? Chapter 13. Fred wasn't expecting the answer DC gave, but he hadn't been expecting a lot of things over the course of the last few days, so it wasn't that big of a surprise. Because you were incontrovertibly stupid. I may have been a little heavy-handed with my reaction, but it was the only way I could think of to stop you in the short amount of time I had. Besides, you're fine. But you tried to kill me. He couldn't believe that DC was acting so casual about the whole thing, like it was his fault that he almost died. You're much harder to kill than you think you are. Due to your dungeon core heritage, as well as your core structure, any normally fatal damage to your body can be healed. If you lose limbs, they can be regrown. Diseases and illnesses won't touch you, nor will many effects that deal with aging, flesh rot, or bone brittleness. Even if your head is detached from your body, it will grow back, but it will take a while. So, you're saying I can't die? I didn't say that. You can still die in many, many ways. If you are burned to ash in a fire, your core structure won't have enough solid material to work with. If you are sliced up in enough pieces and your remains are scattered far from each other, there won't be enough cohesion to sustain regeneration. If you are squished between two walls, your remains... Okay, I don't need to hear all that. Essentially, you're saying I should try to stay away from anything that will do massive damage to my body? I can do that. He felt a little relieved that he wasn't as... fragile as he once thought he was. Yes, it would be advisable to stay away from any activity that would result in that. Aside from that, though, the most likely way you could die is if you were to run completely out of mana. If mana is required to maintain your body, and you have none, it will start to consume itself, which, if you haven't guessed, is not the most pleasant way to die. Until he heard that. He thought about his botched attempt to create the dire wolf fur for his disguise. If he had ended up using even another 20 or so mana, that would have been it for him. He doubted that he would have survived long enough for Regnard to find his body, bring him inside, and nurse him back to health. Okay, say for a moment I believed that you didn't try to kill me, and knew I would survive the hit without permanent damage. Given that, why did you stop me in the first place? That was, after every other revelation at least, the most important question on his mind. I told you, it was because you were being incontrovertibly stupid. Going into a dungeon in your state, and by yourself, would be a death sentence. That was an earth element dungeon, which frequently likes to employ rock crushing or spiked pit traps, either of which wouldn't go well for you. You might survive falling down into a pit full of spikes, but if you couldn't get your impaled body off of a spike, your mana would slowly drain away, keeping you alive and in unimaginable pain until there was nothing left. stock him cold.
not to employ him, with Barbara citing that she doesn't want to expose Lydia to that purpose. They make one more attempt to scare off the Dietzes by possessing their family and dinner guests, making them dance to Henry Belafonte's The Banana Boat song, and turning their shrimp cocktails into frightening hands that knock them out of their seats. However, the plan backfires, and the Dietzes become even more interested in the house, thinking they can monetize their haunting and turn a profit. They send their daughter Lydia, the only one who can communicate with the spirits due to her being strange and unusual, and Juice Man chooses this as the time to strike. He turns from a handrail into a giant snake, which for some reason scares them a lot more than the shrimp hands, even though I think it looks pretty silly.
We come for your daughter, Chuck.
He corners Lydia, but luckily for her, Barbara quickly recites his name, sending him back to his miniature town in a rage, where he again expresses his interest in Lydia, referring to her as Edgar Allan Poe's daughter. Barbara tries to tell him off, but he emits spikes all over his body, causing her to drop him, but before he can do any more damage, he's distracted by a brothel that randomly appears there, which turns out to be a distraction placed by Juno, the caseworker, who concludes that Adam and Barbara need to get rid of the family on their own before he can do any more damage. But when Lydia wanders up to the attic to talk things out with them, she instead finds the self-proclaimed ghost with the most, and he attempts to reach a deal with her. Due to some mix of loneliness, shame about her family, and probably teenage hormones, Lydia Dietz has decided that she'd like to leave the realm of the living and join Adam and Barbara in the afterlife. But when she goes up into the attic, she finds someone else waiting for her instead, and he immediately begins trying to trick her, making up a story about some friends he has to meet in the world of the living and requesting her help to get out. Again, if even a single thing he said about his past so far was true, it would be impossible for him to still have living friends. But when Lydia reveals that she actually wants to go the other way and take up residence in the afterlife, it genuinely perplexes him for a brief second.
I don't want to get in.
Wow.
Promising Lydia that if she lets him out, he could take her to the other side to find Adam and Barbara, he convinces her to play a game of charades so she can say his name 3 times and free him. But before saying the third repetition, she makes the connection, recognizing him as the snake that attacked her, and she hesitates. The Maitlands get back and stop her from falling for his trick, but there's more trouble in the air downstairs. Otho, the family's interior decorator with an interest in the paranormal, has stolen the handbook for the recently deceased, and they're using it to perform a seance, looking to summon Adam and Barbara. This causes the couple to disappear from the afterlife and materialize in their old clothes, where they quickly start to decompose. Worried that her new friends will be lost forever, Lydia has only one figure she can turn to, and runs upstairs to find him. This is where he gives her an ultimatum. The only way he'll help is if she agrees to marry him, so Lydia reluctantly agrees.
It's showtime.
As we saw a brief glimpse of before, Juice Man's presence creates chaos, and he enjoys himself while holding the sword of mirror up to everyone's vanity. He rises from the model town dressed as a carnival attraction, and refers to the city as a museum of natural greed, before smashing 2 of the family's guests through the ceiling in a human-sized game of high striker. This is his method of commentary on their exploiting the dead for their personal amusement and financial gain. We never see these characters again, so we can only assume that this killed them, and they are now in the 2-month waiting period before they materialize as ghosts. But this actually ties into my own theory about what Juice was like in life. I think he was probably an actual carny. For those outside of North America, you may know carnies by a different name, like showy or showman. But basically, we're talking about an operator at a carnival. While carnivals themselves are a pretty ancient tradition, the oldest carnival game is believed to be hoopla, the one where you try to throw a ring around a bottle, which allegedly dates back to ancient Greece, just like Juice Man's real name. But he probably would have worked at the high striker game in particular. For one, we know that his replacement, Miss Argentina, most likely died in 1939, which means that Juice himself would have died and started working there in the late 1930s. We also know that he's an infamous trickster, which is exactly how these carnies made their money. In particular, there was a scam that went around in the 1930s on high striker games. This 1935 article from Popular Mechanics magazine tells about how carnival operators could fix the machine using a secret lever that slightly reduces the tension of the wire that the block rides on, making it impossible to win, and causing countless macho men to empty their wallets trying to prove to their girlfriends that they're stronger than the small carny that they'd seen ring the bell. So couple that with the way he dresses, his unwashed hair, his theatrical behavior like in his commercial, and his amusement at seeing people suffer, and you've got a stereotypical carny. Surprisingly, Juice Man does stay true to his word and releases the Maitlands from their seance with his powers, probably thinking that he'll somehow be able to use them later.
Well, we got the Maitlands. I think they've got enough exercise for a night.
He replaces Otho's suit with a blue leisure suit, probably a knock on his interior decorating and overall fashion taste, and he traps Lydia's parents using the mom's own sculptures so that he can proceed with the wedding. He brings out this weird little alien guy to officiate, and as you'd expect, everything's fixed. He prevents the wedding official from saying his name.
Nobody says the B word, come on.
And doesn't allow Lydia to have her own say in the matter.
And you, Lydia, take this man to be out.
She's a little bit nervous. Maybe I should answer for her, okay?
He dodges every attempt by the couple to revoke his powers by saying his name, popping out Adam's teeth, shrinking him down to model size, zippering Barbara's mouth shut, welding it shut, and sending her to Saturn, which eventually works against him when she tames one of the hostile sandworms and uses it to attack him and save their new surrogate teenage daughter from a life of disgusting madness. This seems to be enough to do him in, and he's next seen back at the afterlife waiting room, almost as if he's died again and being forced to go back through the process with a new caseworker. It seems that his behavior hasn't changed, however. He gets smacked for feeling up a detached pair of legs, and when he tries to cut in line by stealing a voodoo priest call number, he gets his head shrugged. I found it noteworthy that we see that nothing has really changed for him in the end, because it lines up with the common sentiment that liars never change. In order to look further into this, I'll first need to determine what kind of liar he is. But, in trying to do that, I ran into one big problem. You ask, there are many different types of liars, but the main two are pathological liars and compulsive liars. However, during my research, I found that some sources make out compulsive and pathological lying to be the same thing, while others highlight the key differences between the two. However, neither is a medically recognized condition according to DSM-5, the international standard used by mental health professionals. Both compulsive liars and pathological liars are merely symptoms of other conditions, like antisocial personality disorder or narcissistic personality disorder. The best explanation I could find was this medically reviewed article from Everyday Health. The word pathological refers to the study of disease, so some psychologists define pathological lying as excessive lying for 6 months or longer that's causing marked distress for the individual and an impairment in functioning, basically likening it to a mental disease. A modern example is the entertainer and lolcow Boogie2988, who has a long history of lies designed to benefit him, most recently lying about having cancer in order to get people to donate, and being blasted by his peers when he refused to show proof. He eventually got so deep into the lie that he agreed to tattoo his face if he was not telling the truth, and lo and behold, here's the tattoo. So that's textbook pathological lying. Compulsive lying is, like other compulsive disorders, something done to relieve anxiety in the moment. The article gives an example. Someone asks you about your favorite band, and you feel anxious about giving the right socially acceptable answer. You respond with some lie to resolve that anxiety, and in the moment there's some relief, but then later on you feel remorse or regret about the lie. It's less about crafting a narrative and more of a quick way to relieve stress. For that reason, compulsive lying is often a feature of pathological lying, but that isn't always the case. There's just a lot of overlap between the two. This is what gave me my answer about Juice Man. He exhibits features of both. His pathological lying, like pretending to be a bioexorcist or making up Lydia's wedding vows, are designed for him to personally gain something, part of a long-term con. But they create distress for him. He gets banished from the afterlife offices and frequently blows up relationships. But he also lies compulsively, like claiming he attended Harvard or claiming he's got a GQ photo shoot coming up. Little things that make him look cool but can easily be disproven. There's no medical consensus on the reason that pathological liars develop their habits, but some believe that tension in early childhood may cause a person to lie to avoid conflict, and that coping mechanism carries over into adult life. Others believe that it may be genetic. In the case of the Juice, his lies are the reason that we don't know much about his childhood, so it's hard to say if either can apply to him. For obvious reasons, both pathological liars and compulsive liars tend to have issues in relationships, and this is very much the case for him, which is obviously the reason he needs to force Lydia into marriage with him rather than going the honest route. It's interesting how in this movie, Juice Man is a dead person with the desire to forcibly marry the living and join their world. But later on in Tim Burton's career, he would direct Corpse Bride, where a living character accidentally marries the dead while practicing his vows near a grave, and goes the opposite direction, forced to join the world of the dead. He has at least one ex-wife, and it looks like he'll soon be going to war with her or another in the events of the upcoming sequel, Beetlejuice. Oh, damn it! Remember to subscribe to CZ's World for new horrors every week. Ring the death bell for all notifications, and I will see you in the next one. Assuming we both survive.
If you want to know how Pennywise lived on after the events of it, then stick around to the end of this video.
That's okay. You can rub my belly the whole time. I promise to be still.
Thanks, buddy. I promise we'll go for a run when he leaves. I opened the front door and Oberon came bounding out, oblivious to the fact that his wagging tail was delivering steady blows to Leaf's upper arm.
Let's go down to town late after the tech guy says goodbye. And then Rula Rula.
He named our favorite Irish pub, from which I'd recently been banned. The management of Rula Bula is still mad at me for stealing Granuale away from them. He was their best bartender.
Still? But that was ages ago.
It's been only 3 weeks, I reminded him. Dogs aren't all that great with time. I'll let you run around the golf course and you can keep any rabbits you catch. Flop down for your belly rub. I have to talk to Leaf now. Oberon promptly obeyed, rattling the timbers of the porch as he thudded heavily onto his back between my seat and Leaf's.
This is the best. There's nothing better than belly rubs. Except maybe for French poodles. Oh, remember Fifi? Good times, good times.
All right, Leaf, he's a happy hound now, I said as I scratched Oberon's ribs. What did you want to talk about?
It is fairly simple, he began, but as with all simple things, vastly complicated.
Wait, you sound too accomplished with adverbs. Use really and very for everything, I advised him. I would rather not, if you will forgive me. Since I am not trying to disguise my true nature with you, may I speak as I wish? Of course, I said, biting back the observation that he should use contractions more often. I'm sorry, Leaf. I'm just trying to help, you know.
Yes, and I appreciate it. But this is going to be difficult enough without running my words through a filter of illiteracy.
He took a deep, unnecessary breath and closed his eyes as he slowly exhaled. He looked like he was trying to center himself and find a chakra point.
There are many reasons why I require your aid, and many reasons why you should agree to help me. But those can wait a few moments. Here is the short version, he said, opening his eyes and turning to look at me. I want you to help me kill Thor.
Ha! Tell him to get in line, Oberon said. He chuffed as he always did when he found something particularly funny. Thankfully, Leaf did not recognize that my dog was laughing at him. I said. Thor certainly tends to inspire murderous thoughts. You're not the first person to suggest that to me these past couple of weeks.
Leaf pounced. One of the many reasons you should agree to help. You would have ample allies to secure whatever aid you needed, and plenty of grateful admirers should you succeed.
And plenty of mourners should I fail? If he's so universally hated, why hasn't someone else done the deed?
Because of Ragnarok,
Leaf replied, obviously anticipating the question.
That prophecy has everyone afraid of him, and it has made him insufferably arrogant. Their line of reasoning says that if he's going to be around for the end of the world, then obviously nothing can be done about him now. But that is poppycock.
I smiled. Did you just say Ragnarok is poppycock? Oberon chucked some more. Leaf ignored me and plowed on.
Not all of the prophesied apocalypses can come true, just as only one of the creations can possibly be true, if any of them are. We cannot be tied down by some ancient tale dreamed up in the frozen brains of my ancestors. We can change it right now.
Look, Leaf, I know you have a saga full of reasons why I should do this, but I really can't internalize any of it. I simply don't think it's my duty to do this. Angus Og and Bress both came to me and picked a fight, and all I did was finish it. And, you know, it could have easily gone the other way. You weren't there. I nearly didn't make it. You've seen this, I imagine? I pointed to my disfigured right ear. A demon that looked like the Iron Maiden mascot had chewed it off, and I hadn't been able to regenerate anything except a mangled mass of cartilage. I'd already caught myself singing, "Don't spend your time always searching for those wasted ears."
Of course I've seen it,
Leaf replied. I'm lucky I got away with so little damage. Even though I haven't paid a huge price for killing Angus, I've had several unpleasant visits from other gods as a result. And that's only because I'm still small potatoes. Can you imagine what the rest of the gods would do if I managed to knock off someone big like Thor? They'd all take me out collectively just to remove the threat. Besides, I don't think it's possible to kill him. Oh, but it is possible, Leaf said, raising a finger and shaking it at me. The Norse gods are like your Tuatha De Danann. They have eternal youth, but they can be killed. Originally, yeah, I agreed. I've read the old stuff, and I know that you're after Thor version 1.0. But you know, there's more than one version of Thor out there now. Just like there are multiple coyotes and various versions of Jesus and Buddha and Elvis. We can invade Asgard, kill Thor 1.0, and then if we manage to avoid getting creamed by the rest of the Norse, we could come back here to Midgard only to have the comic book Thor smite the hell out of us like the naughty varlets we are. Did you think about that? Leaf looked utterly bewildered. Thor has a comic book? Yeah. How did you miss this? There's a movie about him based on the comic too. He's a heroic kind of guy here in the States. Not nearly so much of a dick as the original. He'll ignore you unless you draw attention to yourself. And storming Asgard will probably get his attention pretty fast. Say that I can put together a coalition of beings willing to participate in the physical assault on Asgard and accompany us back to Midgard. Would I count on your aid in such a scenario? I slowly shook my head. No, Leaf, I'm sorry. One reason I'm still alive is that I've never gone toe-to-toe with a thunder god. It's a good survival strategy, and I'm gonna stick with it. But if you're going to do something like that, I recommend avoiding Loki. He'll pretend to be on your side, but he'll spill his guts to Odin first chance he gets. And then you'll have that entire pantheon coming after you with a wooden stake. That might be preferable to me at this point than continuing to coexist with him. I want revenge. Revenge for what exactly? Normally, I don't pry into vampiric psychology because it's so predictable. The only things they tend to get exercised about are power and territory. They enjoy being asked questions, though, so that they can ignore you and appear mysterious when they don't answer. Leaf never got the chance to answer me, though he looked ready enough to do so for a half-second. As he opened his mouth to speak, his eyes flipped down to the base of my throat, where my cold iron amulet rested, just as I began to feel the space between my clavicles heat up, even burn. Leaf said, in perhaps his most inarticulate moment ever. Why is your amulet glowing? I felt the heat surge like mercury on an August morning. Sweat popped out on my scalp, and the sickening sound of sizzling in my ears was a little piece of me frying like bacon. And even though I instinctively wanted to peel off the necklace and chuck it onto the lawn, I fought back the urge, because the smoldering lump of cold iron, the antithesis of magic, was the only thing keeping me alive. I'm under magical attack! I hissed through clenched teeth as I clutched the chair arms, white-knuckled and concentrating on blocking the pain. I wasn't working on that only to silence my screaming nerves. If I let the pain get to me, I was finished. Pain is the fastest way to stir up the reptilian brain, and once awakened, it tends to shut off the higher functions of the cerebral cortex, leaving one witless and unable to function beyond the instinctive fight-or-flight level. And that would have left me unable to communicate coherently and connect the dots for Leaf, in case he was missing out on the salient point. Someone's trying to kill me! Chapter 2. Leaf's fangs popped out, and he launched himself from his chair to the edge of my front lawn, scanning the darkness for assailants with all his senses. Oberon likewise leapt to his feet and growled at the night, threatening whoever was out there with all the menace he could muster. I knew already that they would find nothing. Someone was doing this from afar. Witches! I spat as my amulet continued to cook my upper chest. The spell itself had ceased, and the red glow was beginning to fade, but the smell of grilled meat was still wafting up to my nose. The effort of shutting down the pain and trying to restore my melted skin was quickly draining my reserves, so I struggled to my feet and hobbled gingerly down the steps to the lawn, where I could kick off my sandals and draw power from the earth. bent over and rested my hands on my knees, intending to let the amulet dangle from my neck away from my skin, but it remained where it was, fused to my flesh. Not good. I would agree that you are a victim of witchcraft, but I sense no one nearby but the usual residents, Leaf said as he continued to search for trouble. However, now that you have delicately broached the subject... Is that what I just did? I said, tension straining my voice. Delicately broached the subject of witches? Because I thought I was doing something else entirely, like getting my ass flame-broiled by witches. I beg your pardon. I was flailing about for a segue and utterly failed to find a facile one. My professional reason for visiting you tonight was to tell you that Melina Sokolowski has agreed to your latest terms without revisions or amendments. She's ready to sign the non-aggression treaty as soon as you are. Yes, well... I winced as I pulled on the amulet's silver chain, peeling it off my chest and taking some blackened skin with it. This kind of puts her non-aggression to the lie, doesn't it? No. Leaf shook his head. She would not do this so close to settling a peace between you. Maybe it's the perfect time to take a shot at me. We haven't signed anything yet, so that puts her high on my list of suspects. Melina was the new leader of a coven of Polish witches who called themselves the Sisters of the Three Auroras, and they had claimed the East Valley, the local sobriquet for the cities of Tempe, Mesa, Scottsdale, Chandler, and Gilbert, as their territory since the 80s, long before I arrived. When I rolled into town in the late 90s, they pretty much ignored me. I was only one guy, after all, and I displayed zero aggression and not much in the way of power beyond a talent for herbal remedies. We'd been content to live and let live until our interests diverged. They were interested in helping out a god who wanted to kill me, in exchange for what I originally thought was passage through Tir-na-Nog, but turned out to be an estate in Mamel. And I was interested in staying alive. That was the point where they discovered they had epically underestimated me. There used to be 13 of them, but 6 of them died while trying to kill me. And despite all Melina's noises about doves and olive branches, I still believed she would take any chance she got to avenge them. I do hope you will not suggest that I pay her a visit, Leaf said in a stuffy voice. No, I'll call on her myself. You relieve me excessively. Your inquisitive neighbor, by the way, is taking an interest in us. You mean Mr. Submergian? That's the one. I cast my eyes sideways across the street, moving my head only a smidge. I could see one pair of blinds in the house opposite mine parted fractionally wider than the rest, and in the dark space between them no doubt lurked the darker eyes of my poisonous neighbor. You don't, smell anything different about him, do you? I asked Leaf. Different in what way? My attorney asked. No whiff of the Fae about him? No whiff of demons? Leaf chuckled wryly and shook his head. The world will never plumb the depths of your paranoia. I hope not, because then it might catch me unprepared for something. What does he smell like? Leaf wrinkled his nose in disgust. Like a chili dog with mustard and cheap light beer. His blood courses with grease and alcohol. Wow! I didn't think he would smell that good, Oberon said. All this sniffing of blood reminds me that I have yet to drink tonight, Leaf said. So I think I will leave you to your healing and your own personal witch hunt, now that my duty is done. But, ere I go, will you at least consider joining me and others in an alliance against Thor? Dwell on its benefits for a time as a personal favor to me. All right, as a favor to you, I said. I will consider it. But honestly, Leaf, I do not wish to give you any false hope here. Killing Thor is an honor I dream not of. Icy glares from vampires are far icier than icy glares from people. And when the vampire giving you an icy glare is originally from Iceland, you are confronted with the archetypal origin of the term, and you shouldn't be surprised if your core body temperature drops a few degrees. Leaf threw one such glare at me for a few seconds, then said quietly, "Are you mocking me? When you quote Shakespeare, it is often to mock someone or to point out their folly." "Whoa, he's got you there, I guess," Oberon said. "No, Leaf, I'm just under a bit of stress here," I said, gesturing at my sweating face and the still steaming amulet dangling from my neck. "I think you are lying." "Come on, Leaf." "Forgive me, but our association has allowed me some small knowledge about the way you think. You quoted Juliet just now. Are you suggesting I am something like Romeo here? Fortune's fool, perhaps? Driven to a rash and ill-considered confrontation with Tybalt out of revenge for Mercutio's death? And you think perhaps I will end tragically like Romeo if I pursue this course of action against Thor? That is not what I meant at all. That is not it at all," I said. "But if that were my intent, I would have chosen to speak as Benvolio rather than Juliet. Heart fools, you know not what you do." Leaf stared at me, utterly still, the way only vampires and pet rocks can manage. "I've always preferred Hamlet," he finally said. "Now could I drink hot blood and do such bitter business as the day would quake to look on." He spun on his heel and moved quickly, perhaps a bit too quickly for a normal human, to the door of his sleek black Jaguar XK convertible parked in the street, where he muttered a sulky, "Fairly well," before leaping in, gunning the engine, and screeching off in an undead hissy fit. "Dude, if that was a Shakespearean quote duel, he just kicked your ass." "I know, but I slipped in some T.S. Eliot and he didn't catch it. Hopefully next time I won't be recovering from an assassination attempt, and then I'll do better." I was still hunched over awkwardly, trying to prevent the amulet from falling back to my chest, and I needed to do something about it. But I didn't want to do anything in front of Mr. Submergian, who was doubtless still watching me. "Oberon, I want you to go across the street and park yourself on the edge of his lawn, sort of off to one side, and stare at him." "That's it? Just sit? Because I don't want to do anything else while he's watching." "That's it. I need you to distract him is all. Ever since you left him a present that one time, he's been terrified you'll do it again. It's the gift that keeps on giving." It was a shame that Mr. Submergian and I didn't get along. A slightly pudgy Lebanese gentleman on the wrong side of 60, he tended to get excited quickly and loudly, and would probably have been great fun to watch a baseball game with. We might have gotten along famously, if he hadn't been such a jerk from the moment I moved in. Which is kind of like saying the drowning victim might have lived if only he had been able to breathe water. "All right, but I better get a sausage out of this." "Deal. We're still going for that run, too." "Wait, he doesn't remember any of that business in Papago Park, does he?" Oberon was referring to an unfortunate incident during which a park ranger had died, and Mr. Submergian had tried to lay the blame at our door. Nope, Leaf took care of all that with his patented vampiric mind wipe. That thought led me to reflect that having a vampire around was pretty handy sometimes. I hoped Leaf wouldn't remain angry with me for long. "Okay, I suppose this will be kind of fun." Oberon trotted across the street, and the space between the blinds abruptly widened as Mr. Submergian abandoned all attempts at subterfuge. "I can see his eyes now." While the two of them were engaged in an ocular tete-a-tete, I drew power from the earth and summoned a thick but very localized fog. Arizona is legendary for its dry air, but in the first week of November, with a storm rolling in, it's not that hard to find some water vapor to bind. While that took time to condense, I shifted my concentration to healing my burned skin, and made better progress now that the amulet wasn't cooking it faster than I could heal. Since the amulet was still far too hot, I walked hunched over to my garden hose and turned it on, checking to see if the fog had rolled in properly before continuing. I could still see Oberon, who was sitting underneath a street light, but not the windows of Mr. Submergian's house, so that was good enough. I held one hand up in front of my face to protect it from steam, then turned the hose on the amulet. It hissed and spat, and the expected steam geysered up, but after a few seconds, it noticeably began to cool.
Hey, I think he's coming outside,
Oberon called. That's fine. Just stay still and stare at him. Wag your tail if you can manage.
I can't. I really don't like him.
I heard Mr. Submergian explode out of the house in high dudgeon.
Get out of here, you filthy mutt! Shoo! Go away! Did he just call me a mutt? Oh, that was rude. Hey, he has a roll of newspaper in his hand.
If he comes at you with it, growl at him.
Cool. Here he comes.
I heard Oberon growl menacingly, and Mr. Submergian's peremptory commands abruptly changed to shrill pleas a couple of octaves higher.
Ah! Nice doggy! Stay! Good dog! He must think I'm stupid. He comes at me with a newspaper intending to slap me upside the head, and then he says good dog and expects me to forget all that? I think he deserves a couple of barks.
Go for it. The amulet was cooling down rapidly now. A few more seconds would allow it to rest on my chest again without doing further damage. Oberon barked viciously, and Mr. Submergian's panicked voice immediately leapt to Mariah Carey territory.
O'Sullivan! Call up your dog, damn you! O'Sullivan! Get over here! Where did this fucking fog come from?
Satisfied, I turned off the hose and stood up, letting the amulet fall back against my chest. It wasn't fully healed, but it was getting better, and I had the pain firmly under control. I walked leisurely across the street to where Oberon was still sitting. Here now, I said calmly, as I coalesced out of the mist into a wan column of light next to my hound. What's all the fuss, Mr. Submergian? My dog is simply sitting here, offering you no violence whatsoever.
He's off his leash!
He spluttered. So are you, I observed. If you hadn't advanced upon him in a threatening manner, he never would have growled at you, much less barked.
Never mind that.
Submergian spat.
He's not supposed to be running around loose, and he definitely shouldn't be on my property. I should call the police.
I believe the last time you called the police on me, you got cited for falsely calling 911. Did you not? Submergian's face purpled, and he shouted,
Just get off my property! Both of you!
Step backward into the street with me until we disappear from his view, I told Oberon. Now. We retreated, keeping our eyes on Mr. Submergian as we let the mist envelop us, and I imagined what it must look like to my neighbor. He watched a man and his dog walk backward in tandem without the man giving the dog any audible command until they vanished like specters into vapor. That should creep him out pretty good, I told Oberon. Sure enough, Mr. Submergian called after us as we turned up the street.
You're a spooky bastard, O'Sullivan!
He yelled, and I stifled a laugh at the irony of his insult.
You and your dog had better stay away from me! That was fairly amusing,
Oberon chuffed.
What's that word for when you play a joke on someone?
A prank, I said, beginning to jog as Oberon trotted beside me. I released the binding on the water vapor, letting the fog disperse. We are like the merry pranksters of 1964, giving Mr. Submergian his own customized acid test without the benefit of any acid.
What's an acid test?
Well, I'll tell you all about it when we get home, since you are apparently a filthy mutt.
Hey!
You need a bath, and while you're in the bath, I'll tell you all about the merry pranksters and the electric Kool-Aid acid test. But now let's run to the market and get you your promised sausage.
Okay, I want one of those succulent chicken apple ones.
You mind if I make a call? I need to call Melina and let her know her spell didn't work. I pulled out my cell phone and began to look up Melina's number.
Sure, but before I forget, I think you should know that Leaf was probably lying to you just now.
How so? I frowned.
Well, you remember how I got a nose full of demon 4 days ago when you rescued me in the Superstition Mountains?
That was 3 weeks ago, not 4 days, but yes, I remember.
Well, Leaf told you that Mr. Submergian didn't smell like a demon, but he kind of did. He still does, actually. Shapeshift into a hound if you don't believe me. That lame human nose isn't doing you any favors.
Wait, hold up, I said, stopping in the middle of the street. Oberon pulled up after a few steps and looked back at me, tongue lolling out. We were still on 11th Street, just over a block away from my house. Street lamps periodically cast cones of light like yellow party hats in the darkness. You still smell demon, even though we're all the way down the street?
Yeah, and it's getting worse.
Oh no, that's not good, Oberon, I said, putting my cell phone back in my pocket. We need to go back to the house. I need to get my sword. A block ahead of us, something shifted in the shadows. It moved unnaturally above the ground, the size of a small Volkswagen, and then I discerned what was moving it. Grotesquely long, insectile legs, supporting a bulk that vaguely resembled a grasshopper. Insect size is supposed to be restricted to 6 inches or so, due to the limits of their tracheal systems. But apparently this demon didn't get the memo. Run home, Oberon, now! I pivoted and sprinted at top speed for my front yard and immediately heard the demon leap into pursuit, its legs drumming out a chitinous clacking on the black asphalt. We weren't leaving it behind. If anything, it was gaining on us. There'd be no time for me to get my sword. Chapter 3. Demons smell like ass. Nasty ass that slithers down your throat, finds your gag reflex, and sits on it with authority. I got an overdose when Angus Og unleashed a horde of them on this plane with the command to kill me. And now I finally caught a whiff of this one. It wasn't a fragrance that Gold Canyon Candles would be offering anytime soon. Some of the demons had been strong enough to resist Angus Og's binding at first, and run for the hills to work their own mischief. Though Flittish, the Celtic goddess of the hunt, had tracked most of them down, I knew a few must still be out there, and they'd eventually come looking for me. Despite Angus's demise, his binding was the sole reason they were on this plane, and until they obeyed its commands, they'd never be truly free. The binding would just keep tugging at them until they lost the will to resist. I had killed most of the horde with cold fire, but this one must have gotten out of range pretty fast, and only now had it tracked me down in obeisance to the binding. Run around to the back, Oberon, I said. My friend was already ahead of me. There's no way you can fight this thing. I'm not going to argue, he said. I wouldn't want to take a bite of something that smells that bad anyway. I was coming up hard on my lawn, with the demon close behind. I could hear the whistling of its spiracles in addition to the skittering of its 6 legs. Once I hit the earth, I could draw power and slap the thing with cold fire, but there were drawbacks to that plan. 1, cold fire took some time to work, and 2, using it weakened me so much that I'd be completely vulnerable after casting it. With no sword to penetrate its chitin, and no safety cushion for cold fire, I'd have to depend on my magical wards to take care of the demon before it took care of me. That too would take some time, but perhaps I could dodge behind my mesquite tree and stay out of the range of its serrated front legs long enough for my druidic juju to do its work. The earth is all too willing to help out with getting rid of demons. They don't belong on the earth, are in fact anathema to it, and thus it takes very little coaxing to set up a demonic ward around one's house. Teach the earth to detect a demon's presence upon it, and encourage it to tidy up the soiled area, and you're done. Sort of. The problem is that the earth isn't renowned for its reaction times. Every 10 years I like to meditate for a week and commune with its spirit, which people like to call Gaia nowadays, and she chats fondly about the Cretaceous period as if it were something that happened just last month. A security-conscious druid could not stand the demon's touch for long. They were strong enough to hold it for perhaps 10 seconds only, and had I known they would do such yeoman service, I would have used cold fire and ended it.
Oh, Sullivan! What the fuck is that thing?
Gods below. Mr. Submergian was still outside, and with the fog dispersed and the streetlights doing their job, he had a clear view of something mortal eyes should never see. I didn't know how to begin explaining this.
Little busy,
I said.
You're going to need a damn big can of bug spray.
He called.
Or maybe a rocket-propelled grenade. I have one in the garage. You want it?
What? No, Mr. Submergian, don't. It won't help. Just stay where you are. I had to shut him out. If I allowed him to distract me, I'd be demon chow. The black wheelbug tore free of my tree's roots and advanced on me once again, across a lawn that was still heaving violently. It sliced at me with its tube-like beak, stabbing past the trunk of the tree almost too fast to track, and it grazed my shoulder and opened up a burning cut. My tree was having none of that. The canopy of branches began to whip against the demon's head and thorax, not doing much damage, but successfully blinding it with a curtain of feathery green leaves. The wheelbug reared back and flailed away at the branches, severing many of them with each sweep of its sharply bladed foreclaws, and it appeared this additional delay would last only a few more seconds before its attention refocused on me. There wasn't enough time to get inside and retrieve my sword, but perhaps there would be enough time for cold fire to work. I pointed at the demon and had the trigger word for the spell formed on my lips, but then I saw that the cavalry was coming. Behind the wheelbug, a huge saguaro cactus was growing from the churned sod of my lawn at a ridiculous rate. Not content merely to cram a century's worth of growth into the space of a few seconds, it showed signs of sentience and the ability to move. Singular abilities for a saguaro. It could be nothing but the Sonoran Desert Elemental my mesquite tree had called, Gaia's champion sent to fight the spawn of hell. It loomed out of the night and smashed a heavy-spined arm across the back of the demon's abdomen, just behind the cogs of its wheel. The demon's carapace cracked a bit, and it screeched in that bone-shuddering register, whipping around to hack at the saguaro's trunk and arms. It lopped off an arm and even took off the top of the cactus. But this wasn't a creature that fell over from decapitation. There was no head to decapitate. When such accidents occur in nature, saguaros just seal themselves internally and grow new arms. No problem. The elemental wasn't even slowed down. Another arm whacked at the demon's head, crushing one of its globular black eyes and spraying jets of ichor across my lawn. The demon knew it was in a fight for its life now. This wasn't a puny human it had to eat before it could do whatever it wanted on this plane. This was a champion of the earth itself, the corporeal manifestation of an entire ecosystem, and a particularly deadly one at that. The black wheelbug directed a flurry of scissoring blows at the saguaro, trying to cut off all its arms so it could then deal with the trunk. But the arms grew back even faster than it could sever them. It wasn't 10 seconds before a long one on the far side of the trunk twisted around and crashed through the demon's skull. The arm kept going all the way down the elongated body, splitting the creature in two and dumping its flanks to the ground, where the legs spent some time twitching a spastic dance of death. Immensely appreciative for the aid and trying to ignore the unholy stench, I sent my thanks through my tattoos down into the earth, communicating with the elemental in a sort of emotional shorthand, since human languages meant nothing to it. Druid grateful, aid welcome, I said. The elemental was flush with victory and pleased with itself. It offered to repair the damage to my lawn, my tree, and my vines, wanting to leave no trace of hell in its territory, and I accepted graciously. It didn't quite know what to do with the demon mess. The head and thorax were little more than black tar at this point, but the abdomen and legs were still fairly intact, and clearly not of this earth. It didn't want to absorb the demon into the ground, but it seemed to realize I couldn't stuff a giant wheelbug down the garbage disposal either. I offered a suggestion. Encase it all in rock, condense and crush every bit of it down into liquid, and then leave me with a stone keg crafted with a plug near the bottom. I'd give it to some ghouls I knew. Actually, Leaf knew them. He had them on speed dial. They'd have a party with it because demon juice was like Jägermeister to them, and then they'd return the keg cleaned out and ready to be reabsorbed into the earth. The elemental was pleased with this solution and began to work on it right away. What's up, Sullivan? An uncertain voice pulled my consciousness back above ground. It was Mr. Submergian. Yes, sir. How may I help you? Everything was back to normal. That is, the vines looked great, and so did my mesquite tree. The saguaro cactus, using its many arms to mold stone as if it were clay and making loud bug-crunching noises, was admittedly worth comment. My neighbor raised a shaking index finger to point at the saguaro. That moving cactus, and the big bug, and you spooky bastard! What are you? I stuffed my hands in my pockets and grinned winningly at him. Why, I'm the Antichrist, of course. Mr. Submergian responded by fainting, which seriously surprised me. I'd expected a vulgar expression of disbelief, like a middle finger or a clutching of the crotch, because the man had seen a giant demon and casually offered to blow it up like a tough guy. Why would saying the name of the boogeyman from Christianity make him lose his mind? He was a Muslim with a free love of Flittish. Actually, his collapse was a blessing. When he woke up, everything would be swell, and I deny that any of it ever happened. If he tried to get anyone else to believe him, well, they wouldn't. The cut on my shoulder was already healing over. The elemental finished its work and left the stone keg full of distilled demon on my empty driveway, where I could easily camouflage it and the ghouls could load it into their refrigerated truck. Sonora said its farewells and then sank back into my lawn from whence it came, cleaning up as it disappeared, leaving no sign that anything supernatural had occurred. My lawn even looked like it had been freshly fertilized. Is it safe now? Oberon asked from the backyard. Yeah, come on out. I have a couple calls to make. First I called 911 for Mr. Submergian, establishing an official record of my concern for his welfare. If he woke up calling me the Antichrist, he'd get a strong dose of sedatives and maybe one of those snug little straitjackets to play around in. Next I called my daytime lawyer, Hal Howard, to get the number of the ghouls. I didn't think Leaf would want to talk to me right now, and besides, he was probably having an ASU student for breakfast. After I rang the ghouls, the ambulance arrived for Mr. Submergian, and I waited for them to take him away before making my last call, to Melina Sokowski. Hello, Melina, I said with relish when she answered the phone. I'm still around. Your little spell didn't work. You were attacked too? Those bitches! She spat. Damn them! She was clearly upset. She'd never used anything but the politest, formal language with me. It makes me wonder who else got hit tonight, and who else is dead now. That wasn't the response I expected at all. Wait, what bitches? Who's dead? Melina, who's dead? You'd better get over here, she said, and hung up on me. Chapter 4. Did I just hear you say something about bitches? Oberon asked hopefully. Yeah, but not the kind you're thinking about, unfortunately, I said aloud. Are you willing to try going for that run again, buddy? We need to pay Melina Sokowski a visit. She's the witch who doesn't like dogs, right? Well, I don't know many witches who do like dogs, so she's hardly exceptional in that regard. Witches tend to be cat people. Can I get my sausage before we go to her house, then? Of course. I laughed. And thank you for reminding me. Just let me go inside and get my sword. I want to be prepared this time. Stand sentinel out here? Sure. I ducked inside to get Fragara, the old Irish sword that cut through armor as though it were crepe paper, and slung the scabbard across my back so that the hilt protruded above my right shoulder. As I stopped at the fridge to take a couple chugs of naked berry juice, Oberon called to me from the porch. Atticus, there's a man out here on foot who doesn't smell like a man. I shoved the juice back in the fridge and hurried for the front door. Does he smell like a demon? I asked. No, he smells kind of like a dog, but not quite. I hauled open the door and beheld a slim Native American man in the street. Straight black hair spilled past his shoulders from underneath a cowboy hat, and he was dressed in a white sleeveless undershirt, blue jeans, and scuffed brown boots. He held a grease-stained brown paper bag in his left hand, and he had a smirk on his face. He waved leisurely with his right hand and said in a slow, friendly voice, "Evening, Mr. Druid. I reckon you know who I am." I relaxed and fell into the unhurried rhythms of his speech. By speaking like him, I would make him relax as well, and he'd be more likely to trust me. It was the first rule of fitting in.
talk like a native. As soon as people hear a foreign accent, it's like ringing the doorbell of xenophobia. They immediately classify you as the other instead of as a brother. And it was this fundamental aspect of human nature that Leaf had seemingly forgotten. It applies to dialects and regional accents as well, which is why I'm obsessed with mimicking those properly whenever I can. Ask any Boston Yankee what happens when they get pulled.
I'm doing an oil wash over all the tiles for Gloomhaven and Frosthaven. I'm using these two for my oil paints. They're upside down. Raw umber and yellow ochre. You wait 35 minutes to an hour, and you use like something like this to sponge off the excess. All right, I'll come back in an hour and clean these off.
31. 1. Water mana, 0 out of 131. 1.
So now I'm
Nature
taking
mana,
off the.
0 out of 130. 1.
So now I'm taking off the old wash I made. So I'm taking it off. I already took it off this one just for a test. I left some just because I liked the way it looked. You can take off as little as you want or as much as you want. These are dungeon tiles, so I imagine the dungeon would be nasty and grimy and dirty. Some of these are still wet. Well, it's really good. These are old shop. These are not old. These are shop towels that I bought from Walmart. They come in like a paper towel roll, maybe that big. I bought them 2 years ago, and they're just microfiber shop towels. I use them on cleaning my resin vats and cleaning what is it? The plates. Stuff like that. I just throw them away when I'm done. This was some I brought up here. I don't reuse them or wash them after I've messed with the resin though.
Unconverted mana, 26,009. 85. He could try to make a giant pit with his massive amount of unconverted mana, but the creation of it would probably take even longer than the beetle. The same went with trying to make anything else with his unconverted mana. He just wasn't fast enough with building dungeon rooms, or anything the size that would be effective. Besides, the dragon had wings and could fly, so a large pit wouldn't delay it long, or at all, which was more likely. He was essentially out of options, so he did the only thing he could think of: burn the wooden walls on top of the stone walls. He wasn't exactly sure what it would accomplish, but he was hoping that the sight of the flames would at least delay the dragon a little bit. He had 1 point of fire mana, and immediately used it to create a large flame inside the wooden structure to the north near the gate, which the massive beast was heading straight for. Fortunately, the wooden scraps and exposed dry wood caught fire quickly, spreading over 50 feet in each direction within a couple of minutes, and perfectly timed for when the Emerald Dragon arrived. The massive winged lizard paused in its approach. After a moment, it ponderously headed for a spot on the wall that hadn't caught fire yet. By the time it got there, however, the fire had spread far enough that the way in was now blocked by new flames. It would have been humorous to Fred if it hadn't been literally a life-and-death situation. The Emerald Dragon was at least 50 feet tall and twice as long. With a quick hop, it could have just jumped over the walls. Even better, it could have just flown over and been fine. Regardless of its reasons, by the time it had gone all the way around looking for a way in, the original spot where the fire had been burning had fallen and left a sizable gap that allowed the dragon to pass through without having to contend with flames. And the delay it caused was enough for Fred's new dungeon defender to finish materializing. Scorching Water Beetle, level 1800.
That looks really good.
Vitality 62,000. Attack 2,700. 50 fire damage, 40 water damage. Defense 1,400. 1,800 on shell and mandibles. Not only had the beetle grown to monumental proportions, reaching at least 100 feet long from rear to the end of the mandibles, but it had also changed its actual properties. The scorching water beetle now had some fire and water damage applied to its main attack, though it was small in proportion to the amount he had infused into the blueprint. The fact that he could combine different elements into his blueprint made him think about some interesting possibilities, but he had to live long enough to experiment with them, however. The Emerald Dragon easily stepped over the burnt-topped stone walls, avoiding even a single ember from the still-burning walls to either side. Fred turned his new gigantic beetle around so that it was facing towards the incoming dragon. Its massive legs moved slowly but powerfully, demolishing 3 buildings, including the town's DAS headquarters, in the process like they were scraps of paper. When it was lined up with the Emerald Dragon, he instructed it to attack. Unlike the other dungeon defenders that had attacked the people of Gatecross and invaded his dungeon, the Emerald Dragon was under no stipulation that it not attack other defenders. Fred figured this was because it had been sent out on its own, and hadn't been expected to have to need that stipulation. Regardless of the reason, the dragon fought back. His beetle moved its body so that its mandibles sliced right up against the neck of the dragon, slicing apart the emerald scale hide and sending flakes of rock-hard outer armor flying everywhere. A torrent of green-tinged red blood ran down the outside of the relatively shallow cut, proving that the powerful winged lizard wasn't invulnerable. Unfortunately, that was the only free shot his defender was going to get. The massive lizard screamed out in pain, before quickly snapping its long neck forward. Fangs pierced deeply into the shell of his beetle, allowing the dragon to grab on and lift the gigantic insect into the air. Fred wasn't sure what its plan was. Throw it, slam it into the ground, or shake it back and forth. All viable options. However, despite being the same size, the colossal beetle was much heavier than the dragon had realized. About 20 feet off the ground, Fred's defender dropped to the ground, having snapped one of the dragon's fangs off the roof of its mouth. Its weight was so great that it nearly tore the bottom jaw off as well. But it was saved when the now one-fanged winged lizard spit the beetle out in reaction to the impromptu dental work it had just experienced. Fred could vaguely feel the ground shake around his physical body, though the experience was quite muted compared to either the humans in his dungeon or the monsters fighting above ground. His defender stood back up after the fall, relatively unhurt from the sudden drop, though black ichor dripped out of the wound in its side. A few more buildings were squashed flat, but it was no big loss. Scorching water beetle, level 1800, vitality 58,200. The dragon had backed up against the northeastern wall, trying to recover from the injury to its mouth, so the beetle moved in to attack again, and destroyed 2 other buildings in the process, leaving just 2 still standing near the southern gate. Once it started actually moving, its defender began to scuttle quickly towards the winged lizard. Noticing the incoming peril, the dragon instinctively swung its body around and flicked its emerald scale-covered tail toward his beetle, and hit it square in the forward mandibles. His giant insect defender went spinning like a discus across the town, hitting and demolishing the western wall as it came to a stop. Fortunately, it hadn't been flipped over. Beetles, like his defender, were notorious for not being able to right themselves quickly, or sometimes at all. Unfortunately, there was a large crack in his defender's right mandible, and the impact with the wall severely injured its left middle leg. When it stood back up, it was still able to move, but had to correct its scuttling direction as it threw itself back into the fight. Scorching water beetle, level 1800, vitality 46,050. The emerald dragon actually ended up worse from its instinctual attack. Its tail had been almost completely severed halfway up from the tip. A few flaps of skin and emerald scale hide, the only thing keeping it on as the same green-tinged blood poured out from the massive wound. More trumpeting screams erupted from its throat as it looked at its injured appendage in confusion and pain. Apparently fed up with all the injuries it had incurred while on the ground, the dragon started to flap its wings frantically, rising off the ground before his beetle could arrive. Now unable to attack its airborne opponent, the beetle stopped its advance. The emerald dragon took advantage of his defender's immobility and dove straight for it, intending to use its extremely sharp-looking claws to slash his beetle up with impunity. Luckily for Fred, the lack of a full tail anymore ridiculously hampered the winged lizard's ability to maintain its balance during flight. Instead of a deadly, graceful swoop and slice like it was probably intending, the dragon instead crashed into the top of Fred's beetle, claw first, and sent his defender slamming down from the impact. The lizard bounced off, broke a few claws on either hand, and snapped a wing in the process. It tumbled across the town to crash into the southern wall, where the fire was still going strong on the wooden portion of the wall. The disturbance caused some of it to fall right on top of the injured dragon, including its still bleeding tail. The fire caused even more damage that the massive winged lizard didn't hesitate to tell everyone about. As a result of the burning wooden wall, however, the heavily bleeding wound was partially cauterized. Scorching water beetle, level 1800, vitality 24,430. There were large slices along the back of Fred's beetle caused by the claws of the emerald dragon, which were leaking even more black ichor all over. Worse than that, though, was the fact that the powerful impact managed to snap another leg, leaving his defender with only one good leg on its left side and 3 good ones on its right. It could stand up, barely, but when it tried, it just fell right over again. This isn't good. He can't attack anymore. When he looked at the vitality of the emerald dragon, he saw that it had sustained enough injuries to bring it down to 1/3 of its health, and most of the damage was caused by itself. Regardless of its remaining vitality, however, it was still mobile, unlike Fred's own dungeon defender. The now flightless lizard had no tail to attack with, couldn't bite due to a missing fang, and couldn't slash with its now mangled claws. The only other attack it had in its repertoire was something that Fred was hoping he could avoid having used on his dungeon defender, but there was nothing he could do about it. Or was there? The emerald dragon lumbered toward his struggling, scorching water beetle and got to within 20 feet of its mandibles. His defender made a mighty effort to throw itself forward, only to end up a few feet short of striking its target with its only viable weapon. The lizard, however, was another case entirely. After a lengthy inhalation, the dragon blew out a fog of putrid green-colored gas that fully encased his beetle in a miasma of poison. The cloud of toxic death was so thick that it flowed into his dungeon, drifted into his whirlpool room, where the frantic movement of the water forced the air to circulate and stay put. Fred watched his defender's vitality steadily drop as the poison breath attack from the dragon ate away at its outer shell. After a few seconds, the deadly poison started to eat away at its legs, forcing it to the ground in one final slam that shook the ground with finality. There was nothing he could do to move it away from the cloud of toxic breath, so it was with a heavy heart that he watched it succumb to the severe damage inflicted upon it. It took less than a minute for the rest of its vitality to drain away. The entire time it was being eaten away by the poison cloud, the dragon inched closer and closer, getting a good look at the enemy that had damaged it so much. It was obviously immune to the toxic miasma it emitted, so it was no big deal for it to stick its head in the cloud and watch the final moments of the beetle's life ebb away. Fred couldn't help but remember his old bodyguard Frozzles and the poison he used to secrete along his back, and how flammable it was. He wasn't confident that this poison had exactly the same properties, but he had nothing to lose by trying. He had regenerated a grand total of 1 fire mana during the entire battle. However, there were still some smoldering ruins of the outer wall that had fallen outside the stone barrier. He quickly extinguished the few flames that remained, and absorbed another 5 fire mana in the process. With the hefty quantity of flammable mana at his veritable fingertips now, he placed them right on top of the slowly melting remains of his gargantuan beetle, only feet away from the somehow pleased look on the face of the Emerald Dragon. And then he held his breath as he forced the fire mana to become a giant fireball. Chapter 32. The fallback room was a simple yet effective affair. The whole setup reminded Issa of an arena she had seen in the capital. A large circular open area was surrounded by tiered platforms reaching up to the top of the room. However, unlike the arena she had seen before, the open area was at the bottom of a deep pit, accessible on one end by the tunnel leading from the previous room they had just retreated from, and a winding staircase located behind a massive stone gate on the opposite side. Once that gate was closed, there was very little chance that they could escape themselves without jumping down the 60-foot drop to the bottom. Unless Fred was there to let them out, of course. From atop the tiered platforms, a short wall separated the bottom tier from the pit, safeguarding those above from accidentally slipping and falling to their deaths. Lined up along that bottom tier was almost every townsperson that had gained an ability to use Flame Strike, as well as every guild member that had any type of long-range attack abilities. By the time everyone had recovered from the massive shaking from above and rested a moment, the Treants and the Dryad Masters had managed to make it through the previous room and entered into the tunnel. It was only seconds after the first pair entered the room that the Treant began to grow. It shot up from 6 feet to topping over 25 feet, their original form that she had seen above ground. Fortunately, even with that height boost, they couldn't reach the defenders at the top of the pit, who quickly started raining down spells, abilities, and attacks on both the Treant and the Dryad. The massive walking tree managed to shield the Dryad from many of the attacks by throwing itself in harm's way, but it took massive damage as a result. Without its smaller, condensed form, the bark along its outside caught fire and started to burn. The flaming Treant beat at the stone gate, blocking the way up with its smoldering branches, while the Dryad manipulated the now larger roots along the bottom and attempted to reach the defenders up top. The roots couldn't quite reach the top of the 60-foot pit, luckily, though they did get close. In its death throes, the half-dead Treant managed to smack the stone gate with one of its branches so hard that everyone could hear a large crack as a fracture in the stone appeared.
These will look like this.
Fortunately, that was the end of that particular Treant, and the Dryad followed it in death right afterwards.
Where is it?
Easy enough, Issa thought.
Yeah.
Of course, the damage to the stone gate just had to be seen by the 6 other Treant Dryad pairs now filling the bottom of the pit. Almost as one, each of the walking trees expanded to their full height. With their larger and longer roots, the Dryads used them to start pushing and pulling against the gate, hoping to dislodge or crack the barrier even further. Concentrate fire on those roots! We can't allow them to get access to the stairway! Issa shouted. She was worried about the integrity of the only thing keeping the monsters at bay. If it was destroyed, it would be easy enough for the Treants to condense back down
Something
to a
like
smaller
that.
size and make their way up to the defenders up top. The stairway opening could be defended by the recovering tanks for a while, but it would be hard to attack back from that position. Out of the corner of her eye, Issa saw Harriet next to her create a large wall of fire that covered the front of the stone gate, reaching nearly 12 feet high and preventing most of the roots from easily accessing the barrier. Even from her position nearly 80 feet away, she could feel the intense heat emanating from it. "I can't maintain that for more than a minute," Harriet told her in a strained voice, as she slumped against the half wall in exhaustion. "Hopefully that will be enough," Issa responded, flinging out a shadow strike.
I don't
at
have
a
the
dryad.
clips made.
"Target the dryads while
You can
Harriet's
just
firewall
you
is
can
still
buy the
active."
clips at the store
The smaller tree women were milling
at
around,
any gaming
trying
shop.
to figure out how to get around the wall of fire, and were perfect targets. Now that more time had passed, even more pairings had entered the large open area, until there were over a dozen all ready and waiting to destroy the stone gate. "If we can't lessen their numbers, they'll have the barrier down in seconds when the firewall goes down." Issa was nearly out of power. Even with what she had regenerated over the last few minutes, she only had one more shadow strike she could cast. Her last spell joined dozens of others as they slammed into the dryads, utterly destroying 5 of them in a matter of seconds. Many of the others still had a little
I'm
bit
gonna
of power
make
to play
more of
with,
these.
and they ruthlessly slaughtered another 4 before the wall of fire sputtered and died away. The Treants who had lost their dryads
I
went
need to wipe
berserk
all these
again.
down too.
However, without
But
direction and
that's how it
declaring
looks.
enemy
I'm
defeat,
happy with it.
they ran to the nearest walls and started to bash on them with wild abandon. Quite a few people were knocked off their feet at the crazy barrage, as it felt like the entire set of platforms was being shaken apart. Fortunately, none of the attacks did any actual damage. They were protected by some sort of force that she thought only Fred could explain. The same couldn't be said for the stone gate. By some lucky happenstance, none of the berserk Treants had targeted the barrier in their range. Unfortunately, the shaking of the nearby platforms was enough to damage it even more, and Issa saw the crack that had begun start to widen and lengthen considerably. When the remaining dryads used their partner's roots to start grasping and pulling at it again, it didn't last more than a couple of seconds before a final resounding snap echoed through the room. "To the stairway!" Metz called out, pointing to a few of his fellow tanks as they ran and converged at the top of the platform's accessway. DC, Fred's direwolf companion, was there as well in her giant form, the first time she had a chance to participate in the battle. She wasn't really conducive to their plan of attack before this, because of the way things were set up to take advantage of the guild's strengths. However, it was obvious now that she would do everything that she could to fight off whatever came up those stairs. Issa knew that once the monsters started to enter the stairway, it would be much harder to see and hit them. Once they made it to the top of the platforms, it would be easier to hit them, but the opposite was also true. The defenders would be vulnerable to attacks as well. "Stop them from entering!" she shouted, hoping to rally the quickly depleting power pools of the defenders to hold them off longer. A fresh barrage of spells and attacks managed to take out the closest pairing to the doorway, but it wasn't long until the defenders' castings were slowed to the point where it was random and sporadic. It wasn't their fault, though. They didn't have the power reserves to maintain a long fight. For the townspeople of Gatecross, being a researcher helped with their power regen, but for most of them it meant that they might gain enough back to cast another spell every minute, which was just not quite fast enough to prevent the first Treant from getting close enough to condense down and step into the entrance to the stairway. Before it could move more than a foot up the stairway, the room suddenly shook so violently that everyone, inclling the Treants
The
and
oil that's
dryads,
left on
fell to
here
the ground in a small
takes
jumble.
about 24 hours
Issa collapsed
to a
across
few
the
days to
half wall and
dry.
nearly toppled down into the pit.
So you have to
But
wait a
she
few
was able
days
to
before you
somehow
touch it,
hold on.
or your hands end up like this.
Unfortunately, a half dozen town people couldn't stop themselves and plummeted down. From what she could see, they survived the impact, though they were severely hurt with at least a few broken bones. "If we can get them back up here, we can heal them. Everyone get down behind the wall!" A scream erupted from behind her. She belatedly realized it was Fred as she clung to the wall still, confusion and disorientation slowing her thoughts. However, when she saw a fiery glow coming from the tunnel leading out from the room, followed by the eruption of a fire blast so large and powerful it was nearly incomprehensible. Something clicked in her head, and she flung herself down behind the wall along with hundreds of others. A wave of roaring heat and light assaulted her senses, and the air in the room was so hot it felt like her lungs were going to melt as she breathed in a panicked state. Luckily for everyone atop the platforms who had ducked behind the wall, the intense fire blast only lasted for a couple of seconds before it faded, disappearing almost as fast as it arrived. Issa lay there for a few moments, draped across Harriet, who had collapsed to the floor as soon as Fred shouted for everyone to get down. When she figured the immediate danger had passed, she grabbed onto the top of the wall to help her up, and immediately pulled her hand back in startled pain. That wall is hot! Instead, she picked herself up without the aid of the wall and stood up cautiously. What she saw caused her mouth to open in pure shock. Everything below the lip of the wall had been burnt to a crisp. She could see the remains of the treants and dryads, all black and charred before they quickly started to melt away. The bodies of the townspeople had fallen just before the fire blast were almost melted away as well, with just the barest hints of flesh still remaining on their burnt and charred bones. Even the stone-made walls of the dungeon itself, which had withstood the berserk bashing from the treants before without harm, were looking a little worse for wear. Black streaks leading into the room covered almost every inch of the walls, ceiling, and floors. Not only that, but in a few places the stone almost appeared to have
That
melted
old wash
slightly.
looks really good.
Looking around at the rest of the
I really
upper
liked it.
platforms,
I think
she
it did
saw
a good
that
job.
everyone else along the bottom tier had survived whatever had happened. Though there were
I like
a few
how it
that
gets in all the
obviously needed healing
crevices.
from the burns they had sustained from the intense heat. "Healers, let's get everyone patched up!" she yelled out, coughing a little at her scorched throat. "I guess everyone probably needs a little healing, including me." Issa could wait on her own healing, however. She wanted to find out what the heck that was all about, and what had cost the lives of 6 more townspeople. She saw Fred at the top of the upper tier platform, his clothes almost completely burnt off and his skin blackened all over. He must have been almost completely exposed to the blast. Issa ran up the platforms, panicked and worried that he had died from the intense heat and flames. "Merida, I need your help!" she yelled out as best as she could, which started a coughing fit that barely subsided as she reached his side. Relief washed over her as she saw his chest rise and fall, even if it was doing it raggedly. Even as she watched, she could see the barest hints of his charred skin miraculously repairing itself. "Fred really isn't human, is he?" Merida arrived shortly after, with the left sleeve of her shirt completely burnt off. Whatever damage had been done to her actual arm had been healed, and the skin looked completely unblemished, which looked strange to see after seeing the still blackened edges of her clothing. "Oh my goodness, how is he still alive?" the healer asked, shock at seeing Fred's state written completely over her face. "He's a bit special. I'd say so. Anyone else should be dead from this, and... Wait, is he healing already? Did you have enough power to start the process?" Merida asked, confusion mixed with wonder now warring with each other in her expression. "No, like I said, he's a bit special." The healer just shook her head and got to work healing the burnt skin and charred lungs of the nearly dead Fred. After a few moments, most of the critical wounds had been healed, and Merida sat back inside. "That's all I can do at the moment. He should be fine for now, and I have to go see if anyone else needs my healing before I'm completely out of power. Once everyone else has been stabilized, I'll see if I can help finish the healing if I have anything left. Though, based upon his natural healing that I can still see at work, he may not have need of my services." Issa thanked her and looked down at Fred, seeing that there were still a few places on his body that were still pretty scorched, but at least his internal systems had been healed up. It was only when she looked over his body, checking on the progress of his regenerative properties, that she fully registered that he was essentially naked, and that he was fully exposed to everyone. She felt heat that had nothing to do with the fire blast rising in her cheeks as Issa pulled out a spare blanket from her PIB, which she always kept in there in case of emergencies, and draped it over his still healing form. He hadn't woken up yet, but when he did, she didn't want her Fred walking around completely naked. As much as she wanted to stay by his side and speed up his healing when she regenerated a little power herself, she knew that she needed to see how the rest of the guild and townspeople were faring. Lisa and maybe Metch were as close to a form of authority as it was going to get right now, and she needed to make sure her people were taken care of. Therefore, she got up and started walking to the various groups of guild members and townspeople who were looking shocked, confused, happy, sad, and a myriad of other emotions as they started to process what had just happened. She could sympathize with them. She felt exactly the same way. From personal experience, she knew Fred would heal on his own, and what Merida had done had only sped up the process. And based on how selfless Fred had been acting lately, she knew that he would want her and the other healer classes taking care of the others first. She just hoped that he had taken care of the Emerald Dragon problem. Because if not, then none of them were in any sort of shape to stop it. Part 5. Crime and Punishment. Chapter 33. Celestius knew they had still made good time, despite their slow start. But his impatience was wearing his outward calm a little thin. One thing after another had come up to delay
when these
the
dry,
morning
I'm going to
trip
add some basing
north. A
material
journey
to
that should have
them.
only taken a few hours,
Gravel,
had
something
instead
like
taken
that.
almost a full day.
But
If only two of
they're
their
almost
group
done.
members hadn't been out carousing the night before, they
I'll
would
be
have left
back
as soon as he had
in a couple
gotten word
days
from the
after
syndicate
they're
master.
totally dry. I don't
Finally, though, they were on
wanna
the
get
road
oil
leading to
all
the
over my
most
skin.
northern town in the kingdom, conformed perfectly to her slim, diminutive body. The speed and mind enchantments on the armor were an expensive addition by one of the top-tier enchanters the syndicate had access to, though she had acquired it even before she was selected for the mission. It was said, where she couldn't hear at least, that the reason the color of her armor was blood red was because she liked to slice up large, pushy men who thought that they could take advantage of her small stature. Whether or not that was true, she was one of the best spellblades the syndicate had, other than a few S-rated ones that were currently too far away delving through some difficult dungeons at the moment. Annalyn was as deadly with her short mithril sword as she was with her combination of elemental-type spells, and was able to combine them flawlessly in combat. She was an excellent all-around handy person to have on his team. Next was the A6th rated blood monk, Goderic. Celestius wasn't a fan of blood monks, nor was he alone in his dislike of them, but they could be extraordinarily useful in a variety of scenarios. As a holy paladin, Celestius could break off from his usual tanking duties to either marginally heal his group mates or deal small amounts of holy damage to his enemy. The blood monk excelled in those two areas. Goderic was their healer and spellcasting fighter all rolled up in one. He could heal his group by either using the blood of their enemies or his own, and could also use that same blood source to enact all sorts of different afflictions on whatever deadly monsters the group encountered. The only drawback to the class was that they were practically useless fighting against creatures that didn't bleed, or have internal systems that could be disrupted by the introduction of tainted blood, like rock golems and certain elementals. Regardless, he would always be able to heal, provided he had relatively fresh blood around him. Bringing up the rear of their little group, but definitely not last on his usefulness factor, was the A7th rated tracker sniper, Fletch. While he was a sharpshooter with his specially enchanted bow, the main reason he was along was his ability to track almost anything. His skills had never been used to track dungeon cores, since there hadn't been an incident like the one Celestius was in charge of investigating in recent memory. But there was only one way to find out. Even if he couldn't actually follow the cores, he could definitely track the ones responsible once it was discovered who had performed the theft. It was a good team, though it wasn't his normal group that he frequently delved through dungeons in. It was just happenstance that he was in the capital because he had just finished visiting with some of his family. The rest of his group was far to the south, delving through a couple of easy C-rated water dungeons without him, trying to collect some hard-to-find ingredients for the Syndicate's head alchemist. They didn't need him there for that, as there was very little that could harm them seriously in a C-rated dungeon. He had promised to meet up as soon as his mini-vacation was done with, but now he wasn't sure when he'd actually get back to them. "Did you feel that?" Fletch suddenly blurted out, causing them all to stop. Well, all but Ricky, who kept running blindly ahead, but Celestius caught him before he could get more than a couple of steps. "What did you feel, Fletch?" Annalyn asked, unsheathing her short sword and looking around the sparse forest for threats. Everyone else prepared themselves quickly for any danger as well. It was a good habit that had saved each of them more than they could count inside of a dungeon. Of course, they weren't inside of a dungeon right now, and there shouldn't be anything out in the forest that could hope to harm them. I don't know. It felt like the ground shook a little. Everyone looked around at what it could be, but the forest was quiet. It could just be your imagination, Fletch. We have been running for... Celestia started to say, but was cut off by a distant roar of pain that they could plainly hear. Hurry! I'm not sure what that was, but I'm almost certain it was coming from that way. Fletch pointed down the road to Gatecross, and the Holy Paladin could see a slight rise in the landscape ahead. Hopefully we can get a glimpse of Gatecross and determine what's going on. I hope we aren't too late and the town isn't already destroyed. Although Celestius didn't overly care much about the safety of the people in the town, he liked to think he cared as much as any human being would. They were all disposable as far as he was concerned and was ordered. He only worried that those responsible for the theft of the dungeon cores had either been killed already or had escaped. Either way, it would be harder to find out what ultimately happened to the cores, and the reason it happened in the first place. They all ran quickly toward the rise in the landscape, and Celestius saw that the trees were even thinner around the top of a small nearby hill. It gave them a relatively unobstructed view of the road farther north, and of a nightmare that he knew he'd have trouble getting out of his head in the future. A massive green emerald dragon, in full size and free of a dungeon, was assaulting what Celestius assumed to be the town of Gatecross. It was hard to tell, however, because half of it seemed to be on fire, while the buildings inside seemed to be stomped flat. He originally thought it was the dragon that had done that, but a movement through the flames hinted that it was something else. Ricky, do you have any enhancements that can improve our eyesight? The Holy Paladin asked. The town was at least 5 miles away, and while he could see the dragon and town in general terms, it was still too far away to make out any details. Yes, hold on, Ricky responded with a tired voice, as he lethargically waved his hand through the air, and Celestius suddenly felt everything he was looking at suddenly become clearer, sharper, and more defined. When he looked back at the town of Gatecross, he could see it much, much better. It wasn't as if his vision zoomed in or anything, but he could see small details like the large crack in one of the stone blocks surrounding the town, or the fact that what seemed to be burning was a makeshift wall of different wooden building parts placed on the stone walls to make them taller. And he could now see the major details like the colossal rock beetle that was charging the Emerald Dragon. Gasps of shock came from everyone else, including Ricky, who had decided to see what all of the fuss was about. What in the world is going on? Not only had Celestius never seen a bug that big, but for some reason it seemed to be defending the town. He had never personally fought an Emerald Dragon, but he knew some that had tried. They had barely managed to escape the dungeon they were in before they were killed. Given that they were only seen in higher A-rated plant dungeons, they were still rare and very, very dangerous. Despite that, the gigantic rock beetle, a lowly monster that he hadn't seen in decades, was holding its own against the winged lizard. He could see greenish blood leaking from the dragon's mouth, and noticed a fang missing. Its injuries were compounded when it struck out at the charging beetle, and practically sliced its tail off in the process. Celestius could feel the ground shake that time, when the beetle was thrown across the town, only to destroy what appeared to be part of the stone wall. Should we? Godric asked, his eyes alight at all of the blood leaking everywhere. No. I'm not going anywhere near that place. I don't care how much I'm getting paid for this. I can't spend it if I'm dead. And I can almost guarantee we'll be dead if we attempt to go over there right now. Annalyn responded, essentially echoing what Celestius was thinking. So they just stood there and watched as the dragon attempted to fly and crashed into the beetle, crippling itself and the massive insect in the process. Once the now one-winged lizard was able to move again, it expelled a putrid green-colored fog toward the crippled beetle, and watched it get eaten away by the toxic poison with apparent satisfaction over the next minute or so. It even went so far as to stick its head in a noxious cloud to watch the bug perish. Well then, I'm not sure if anyone is alive over there, but there is no way I'm getting anywhere near that town while there's still... Annalyn broke the silence, before everyone had to shield their eyes at the gigantic explosion of flame that originated right in the middle of the town. A split second later, a massive shockwave rushed through the trees, smacking into the group like a full-body punch. Everyone except Ricky was able to keep their feet. The unlucky enhancer was knocked backwards and rolled about 20 feet away down the hill. "What the?" Fletch started, before chunks of green-scaled flesh shot through the air nearby at tree-shattering force, barely missing the group as the remains of the Emerald Dragon cut through multiple trees before coming to a stop. The hunks of skin and flesh didn't last long, however, as they soon melted into the ground, similar to the hundreds of thousands of dungeon monsters Celestius had killed over the years. The entire group just stood there in silence and awe, as pieces of dragon continued to rain all around them as they fell from the sky. By some lucky happenstance, none got close to hitting them, and soon enough silence reigned over the forest. Celestius was slightly out of his comfort zone at the moment. He was expecting some possible resistance from whoever had stolen the cores, and possibly needing to fight against some dungeon monsters if they attacked while he was investigating. But he hadn't expected anything like what he had just witnessed. Nevertheless, he had a job to do and an investigation to complete. It was even more important now than it ever was. If he could prevent another Emerald Dragon like that assaulting another Creation Kingdom town, he was going to do everything he could to stop it. "Okay, so that just happened," Goderic stated unnecessarily. "Yes, it did. Now, we still have a job to do, so let's go." Putting action to his words, Celestius marched ahead, but walking instead of running. He still needed to investigate, but that didn't mean he wanted to run full speed into danger. It took a few seconds for the rest to follow, but they eventually gave in and quickly caught up to him. "If there are any more dragons, I'm getting the heck out of there," Annalyn said under her breath. "Or any giant beetles, whatever the case may be." Celestius couldn't agree more. Chapter 34. Even though they were casually walking, it still only took about an hour to get to the town of Gatecross. Or at least what used to be the town of Gatecross. There wasn't much left standing.
That looks better.
And it was only the fact that they could see where the original walls once stood that they knew where they were. That, and there were hundreds of people milling around like they were lost as they looked around at the complete devastation. There were still a few coming out of a hole in the ground that looked similar to a dungeon entrance, if it weren't for the fact that there were only a few rocks scattered around instead of the typical entrance formation. They must have modeled their escape hole after a dungeon. Smart. Celestius would have done the same thing if he had time. He was much more comfortable in a dungeon sometimes than out in the regular world. There wasn't a single person that appeared unscathed, either sporting some wounds or burns, or clothing that had been burnt away in parts. Goderic motioned toward them, and Celestius nodded, allowing their healer to start healing the obviously beleaguered residents of Gatecross. Just because he was willing to sacrifice them to the nearby dungeon cores didn't mean he couldn't treat them humanely while they were still alive. Although, as it appeared that they had already survived an attack, he worried that the next one would target an even broader range of towns. Looked like they could take Regnark in a fair fight without weapons. Finally appearing in the rear of the room, 4 much larger and deadlier-looking versions of the lesser imps appeared above the ground with their wings outstretched, wielding long red steel pitchforks in their hands. Instead of staying at a distance like the imps, however, they immediately shot forward and started to dive towards the group with their weapons extended. Fred took in all of that information within the first few seconds. And after Metlin had mentioned that the defenders weren't all supposed to attack at once, he realized that the Dark Core was changing up their attack patterns. While it couldn't create anything new or change anything inside its dungeon, it could certainly dictate how its defenders could attack. He couldn't blame it, though, because he probably would have done the same thing if he saw a potential threat to his existence. Based on that knowledge, he realized that, unless he and his friends pulled out all the stops, some of them wouldn't live long enough to get to the Dark Core. While none of the 40 monsters arrayed against them were particularly powerful, Fred and his friends could probably fight them in groups of 5 or 6. There were too many of them to properly defend against. For the members of their group that had less vitality and defense, namely Metlin, Rephelin, and even Issa, they would likely get swarmed before they could be saved. If the other group hadn't been relatively low on power and stamina from their earlier delves to the dungeon, Fred thought that they might pull off a defense. But with the current state of affairs, Issa and DC were going to have to intervene. There's no help for it, Issa. It's Scorpion time. DC, do your thing. We have to get through, Fred yelled, while pumping 13,100 essence that he had in reserve into Light Explosion, the new one he had adapted from the Channeler to unlock it and bring it up to level 4. Light Explosion channeled 4, 0 out of 27,000. Upon activation of the channeled Light Explosion spell, the caster extends their power toward a specific point of space, non-targeted. Once enough power builds up, a controlled explosion of light will occur at that point that will harm anything within a certain distance from the origin point with light-based damage. The explosion will continually wax and wane if the channeled conduit is maintained with sufficient power. Origin point may be moved slowly, as quick movements could cause the explosion to become unstable and extinguish. Activation power cost of Light Explosion channeled, 250. Channeled power cost, 25 per second. Light damage, 40 per second. Explosion damage range, 4.5 feet. Movement speed, 1.4 feet per second. Maximum channeled range, 22 feet. Looking at his own power, Fred saw that he hadn't actually used a lot lately, as most of the heavy work had been done by the others. Fred Winklemossering, power, 4,725 out of 5,100. With his reserve of power and his new channeled spell, he was finally going to be able to contribute to the fight. Everyone, don't get distracted by what you're about to see, he called out to the others, as DC transformed into her giant form and a crystal scorpion appeared on the side of the room. With a quick dodge to the side as a hellfire ball flew past his head, Fred began to unleash his power. Chapter 28. Despite Fred's warning, the others were still distracted by what DC and Issa did. She herself was only slightly distracted as she saw Fred extend both of his hands out in two directions, and two simultaneous explosions of light appeared in the air, swallowing up two of the flying fireball-flinging demons in the middle of the air. They tried to escape the destruction, but they were essentially burnt to a crisp in less than a second as the light damage destroyed their dark-based bodies. She had heard a long time ago from her starting days as an adventurer in the Syndicate about the different types of dark dungeons, but she'd never thought that she would ever visit one. Despite having a former affinity for death and necromancy, she never wanted to be surrounded by undead. The one place she wanted to visit even less than undead dark dungeons were the ones filled with hellspawn. She wasn't sure what it was, but she used to have some sort of mental breakdown whenever she thought about demons and other denizens of hellspawn dungeons. But now, it didn't really bother her. She still wasn't necessarily a fan of demons, devils, imps, and succubi, but she wasn't prepared to run screaming at the thought of going up against them. As soon as they entered the dungeon, she knew right away that it wasn't an undead dungeon, and she had prepared herself for the abject terror she knew was coming. But it never hit her. Whatever part of her that had rebelled against the thought of delving through hellspawn-infested dungeons was just gone. Strangely, it worried her a little bit. What else is gone? Am I missing anything else? So far, she hadn't encountered anything but a much-muted fear of death. Since she had died already, death wasn't quite as scary as it was anymore. She didn't for a minute think that if she died again, that she would come back to life. But the all-encompassing drive to save herself was almost non-existent. It wasn't gone completely, but it seemed to be mostly replaced by a need to help others, which was the main reason she wanted to help find her guild and the townspeople of Gatecross. She felt a drive to ensure they didn't die. That same drive also extended to the people of Death's March, despite the fact that they'd tried to kill them. She was glad when Fred had volunteered to help them, even though he had no idea what he had in mind in the dark dungeon. Speaking of that, she returned her attention back to the fight against dozens of hellspawn after being distracted by Fred's new light explosion ability. She directed her level 6 crystal scorpion she'd just created to start attacking the bear demon thingies that looked powerful. The large winged devils with pitchforks diving toward Ragnarok and Trank appeared to be even more dangerous, but her scorpion was better suited to tackle ground-based foes. At a size that was half again as big as the biggest demon bear, her defender tore into the closest bear with its front claws, doing significant damage to its body and its left front leg. A return attack by the powerful paws of the bear rocked her scorpion back a little as the hit impacted its right claws. But the sharp-looking nails of the demon only skittered along the outside of the crystal exoskeleton, doing very little damage. The vulnerable point of her scorpion was in its face and the tip of its stinger, which the bear couldn't reach, which meant that it was picked apart quite easily by the giant claws of her defender. For herself, Issa threw out a light scythe spell toward one of the imps, throwing dark-colored fireballs, and scored a direct hit. But all it seemed to do was annoy it. The flying hellspawn was more powerful than the undead they'd been fighting outside of the dungeon, and her level 2 light scythe just didn't do quite enough damage, despite its vulnerability to light damage. She quickly opened up her Dungeon Adventurer Syndicate interface and spent an additional precious 12,000 essence to bring it up to level 4. Essentially doubling the damage it did. She closed her interface and immediately saw a black fireball heading right for her face. The imp that she had targeted with her light scythe was fighting back. Without time to dodge, she instinctively transformed into her earth elemental form and felt the dirt covering her body and face, just in time to receive the flung fireball. Her head snapped back from the force of the impact, and she braced herself for the feeling of having her face burned away. She reached up with her dirt-covered hands and felt around, finding some cracks in the rough exterior of her head, but it was fully intact, and it wasn't hot in the least. She didn't think she could surprise Hellspawn, but she could have sworn the look on the imp that had tried to burn her face off was one of shock. She wiped even that look off its 3 times their normal length. The only issue was her mass of dirt covering her. If she grew taller, for instance, her body would extend upwards, but she would grow much thinner as a result. Essentially, if she wanted to make something bigger, something else needed to become smaller. Still, there was only so much she could do, but it was quite a bit if she didn't mind bending and stretching her very form in order to do all of it. Issa struck back at the dark goblin with admittedly clumsy strikes, which were just as clumsily deflected by what appeared to be a steel knife in its hand. She'd never had much weapons training in the past, which only made sense. Most of her adventurer days had been filled with slinging spells, or occasionally fending off an enemy with a staff she kept stored in her PIB. As far as edged weapons, however, she had never really fought with one before she acquired her new Earth Elemental form, so she knew her skills were a little lacking. Fortunately, desperation and a willingness to throw oneself into a fight could make up for that lack of training. A little bit. When Issa added the fact that she knew she wouldn't be seriously hurt if she was stabbed once or twice, she was more than willing to go all out without regard to any type of defense. Well, that, and she cheated a little. A light scythe she shot directly in its face caused the agile goblin to dodge quickly out of the way, while partially blinding it at the same time. When it was disoriented, she struck hard and fast, stabbing and slashing for everything she was worth as she practically jumped on top of the shorter figure. She felt a single slash from its knife scrape across her chest, but she was able to overcome its natural speed and defense with her suicidal assault. She kept slashing at it until it disappeared into the ground, melting away and leaving dark mana behind, which was immediately absorbed by the dungeon. She looked up to see the rest of the group finished with their own fights and staring at her. The new group they had joined with were looking at her with expressions ranging from shock to veiled interest, while Fred and Ragnar just smiled at her. "What?" she asked, trying to figure out why they were staring. She looked around to see that the other dungeon monsters had already disappeared as well, and essence flowed into all of them. She couldn't believe that they had managed to kill all of them so quickly while she was fighting. But then she saw DC shrink back down to pup size and pad over to her side, her tongue hanging out of her mouth. "Apparently my fire mana makes me partially immune to hellfire and some dark mana attacks. That, and with my ability to jump and snatch those pesky devils out of the air, they didn't stand a chance. And your crystal scorpion garnered so much attention that everyone was easily able to pick them off individually rather quickly. Unfortunately, one of those darn succubi managed to grab my leg with its barbed whip, which hurt a lot. So, if you wouldn't mind, could you heal me with your special ability? I think the shock of my appearance has sent the druid into conniptions. Isa smiled at DC, until she saw that she was limping and bleeding quite heavily. She shot a glare at the small green-clothed druid, and immediately used Earth's renewal on the direwolf pup. Within a few seconds, the wound stopped bleeding, and DC quickly walked around, showing off her healed state. Isa looked around for her scorpion and saw it in the center of the room, looking quite a bit worse for wear, but still miraculously alive. Thank you, Isa. By the way, you're naked. Just thought you'd like to know. Isa immediately banished her earth elemental form and hid her face behind her hands, once she was back to her human body again. I must have forgotten to add clothes when I changed so quickly. She couldn't believe she'd been figuratively naked again in front of all those people. It was one thing to do it in front of Fred and Regnark, but it was something else to do it in front of strangers. Muted laughter from the group was quickly cut off as Trank told everyone, "All right, we've made good time and there's only one room left. Let's go!" Chapter 29. Fred couldn't believe how deadly DC could be once she had the opportunity to show off her skills. To her giant direwolf form, the demons and devils and imps were more like chew toys than real threats. And she, along with Isa's highly durable crystal scorpion, dominated the battle. Once the other group had overcome their shock at their appearance, they threw themselves into the fight with enthusiasm. So much so that they had managed to kill everything in the room within 3 minutes. That was good, though, because Fred just overheard the Dark Core communicating again. I don't know what is going on, but these livestock are more than they appear. I swear one of them just created an Earth Defender from the mana inside its body. And then there's this wolf creature that can change its size. And it's made from both water and fire mana. Of course I activated my failsafe. I never thought that I'd have to use it, but now there's very little chance that they're getting through my last room. Yes, I see them filing down my entrance tunnel now. You have my layout, right? Excellent. That means your undead should be hitting them from the back in about 5 minutes. My Demon Lord's alternate failsafe form should be strong enough to hold them back at least that long. Thanks for sending your defenders. Once these invaders are dead, I'll be sending everything I've got outside. Fred heard that one-sided conversation and worried just a little bit. Not only was the final boss, a demon lord apparently, transformed into something likely more powerful, but there was another Core's undead army now at their back. They needed to move, and move quickly. Fortunately, Trank was able to get everyone moving after they were distracted from Isa's show of hacking apart a defiled goblinoid in her naked earth elemental form. Isa, now recovered from her obvious embarrassment, had run over to her scorpion and reabsorbed it, as it wouldn't fit through the passageway to the next room. As they started to move towards the exit tunnel, Pollyann finally showed up, after having spent the entire battle deactivating 2 more trap defenses that had been set up in an area near the far side of the room. What did I miss? She asked, running along with the large group. What did you miss? Just the fact that this little wolf can transform into a giant 20-foot monster. Oh, and this girl can summon monsters to do her bidding and become some sort of naked dirt creature that has the ability to create blades from her arms. That's all. Metlin told her with exaggerated sarcasm. And then let's not forget that this guy here is apparently a channeler as well, along with some sort of mage. Who are you people? He continued, directing his question toward Fred. It would take too long to explain it right now. If we survive the next 5 minutes, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. We have to hurry to get past this last room before time runs out, Fred told him. What do you mean by survive? And by my reckoning, we still have over 10 minutes before those monsters reach Death's March. As well as over 20 before they reach here. I guess it couldn't hurt to tell them. Oh, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the army of undead that just entered through the entrance tunnel. We've got about 5 minutes before they hit us from behind. Trank stopped at the front of the group, halfway through the tunnel to the 30th and last room. What? Where did they come from and how do you know? The question was echoed by the Dark Core at almost precisely the same time. She could obviously understand her livestock speech well enough. How does this wretched livestock know? Because I can hear the Dark Core talking. Look, I can explain later, but we're running out of time. Rephelin spoke up, which was a rarity. but whenever she spoke, the others seemed to listen. I would very much like to hear more about that. But if you're telling the truth, we need to hurry. And your plan better have something to deal with this army of undead you say is coming. I sure hope so. Enough of this. Let's get going, Regnard said, pushing ahead, and the others followed close behind him. Fred was glad that they hadn't stopped to question him more, because they really couldn't afford to waste any more time. Let me disarm this trap at the entrance really quick. Huh? It's not there, Pollyann said, leading the group into the final room. She hesitated when she passed over the threshold and looked around suspiciously, as if the trap being disarmed was somehow unnatural and had to be a trick. Fred used his mana sight and didn't see any activated defenses, but he thought he saw a faint residue where one might have been, but it was essentially powerless now. Looking around the room, which he could see in the complete darkness better than his normal vision,
Yeah.
he saw a seven with small embers burning in where he thought the eyes were. 6 arms extended from its shoulders all the way down to its torso on both sides of its chest, which sported muscles on top of muscles to support the extra appendages. A black-colored rotted loincloth covered its waist, which allowed the tree trunk legs extending from its hips, which ended in cloven hooves, free range of movement. To top it all off, each of the 6 hands held a large black steel scimitar at least a dozen feet long, currently held upright without the demon seemingly straining itself. Guys, there's no way we can kill that thing. It wouldn't surprise me if it's something only seen in at least a very high B-rated dungeon, if not an A-rated. If we were completely rested and at full power, we might be able to harm that thing, but I doubt we could kill it, even with whatever special abilities you all seem to have, Trank said, glancing at Issa and the direwolf in particular. He's likely right. There's no way we can kill that thing. I might be able to do a little damage, but a solid hit or two from one of those swords and I'm done for. That wasn't promising if DC was admitting defeat before they even tried. After looking closer at it, though, he couldn't help but agree. Demon Lord, upgraded level 1. Vitality 35,000. Attack 1800. Multi-slash, crosscut, forced assault, hellfire stomp. Defense 750, plus 70% dark defense, plus 7. Nothing else happened, though, and he worried that he had still taken too long to decide. Finally, after he sat there with his fingers touching the dark core for what felt like
I thought I was recording.
he experienced a weird shift in his entire perception.
Hold on.
Rerouting absorption parameters. Do you wish to extract?
I mixed skull glue with water. It's about 10 to 1. 10 drops of water to 1 drop of glue. Most of it is wood glue. It's the strongest PVA glue. And I put that over the rocks to hold them in place after I glued them down. Because last time I glued the rocks onto the walls, and so they've been slowly falling off. So now I'm double coating the rocks to hold them in place, and then I'll put some leaves over them. I bought these on Amazon. It was a 3-pack. You get different colored leaves. See if I can find the other ones. Now there's brightly green leaves. Figured this looked like they'd just fallen. I've got some red ones too, but it was a 3-pack of those leaves, and it wasn't very much. Maybe $10. I thought it was a good deal. This is old. I made this 2 years ago, and just whenever I'm putting scenery down, I shake it up. All the glue goes down to the bottom. I shake it up and I spray it on, or I squirt it on like that. Either or. Both ways work.